All right, shalom. Shabbat shalom. All right, so today, well, before we start, I'll say a quick prayer. Father Abba Yahuwah, we come to you in prayer to ask for your guidance and your blessings as we read and we study through your word. And we thank you for letting us gather on this Shabbat day to study out what you want us to study out. We thank you for all the brothers and sisters in this gathering. We appreciate all the fellowship. And we just ask for your blessings and just help to guide us. And I wanted to pray to you in the name of Yahusha's name, or Yahushua HaMashiach. Amen. All right. So I wanted to walk through the calendar as per usual. So, all right. So I wanted to walk through some scriptures with some visuals I made as well to help those better understand what we are showing here. So let me zoom this in a bit more. Can everyone see that pretty well?
Yes.
Good on
Awesome.
my end.
Awesome. So right here, beginning in Genesis, it's going to be Genesis 1, verse 1 through 5. So in the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth. And the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Ruach of Elohim was moving on the face of the waters. So in the beginning here, we can see when Yahuwah first was creating everything, it was formless and empty, and there was a darkness on the face of the deep. So this formless, empty darkness is going to be basically this division of time before time happened. So the beginning, what is the marker for the start of day 1 of creation week is, verse 3 right here, where it says, when he let light come to be, and light came to be. So that's marking the start of a day. So between verse 1 and verse 3 here, there's just this empty void of space or darkness. And let me kind of show you a visual of what that looks like. So here, this is just kind of the first 2 days, basically, I'm going to show right here. But I'll scroll through the others and show you. So we have this extended amount of, darkness that's happening before the light marker starting day 1. And we go to the whole week here and zoom it in. So when we look, there's this just extended amount of darkness. So as we go through the rest of the 7-day week, there's just this small amount of nighttime between evening and morning. And so I didn't make these images. I actually got them off a brother on Telegram, which was pretty interesting. But this void of darkness is going to be, what first happened here in Genesis 1 through 5. This is going to mark that time before time started, basically. And so I really got to put these scriptures in order. So here in Enoch 72, this is going to be verses 4 through 6. So, and first, there goes forth the great light named the sun, and its circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and he's quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. And the chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives. And the sun goes down from the Shamayim and returns through the north, in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to that portal and shines in the face of the Shamayim. In this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth. So what Enoch 72 is describing here is he goes in this portal that runs through the north, and he comes and he shines in the face of heaven once he comes to that portal, and he shines in the face of heaven. And then in the same way, he's going to rise in the first month, which is going to be the great portal, which is the fourth. So he's describing two different portals that's going on here. And this one is just, it's unnamed and not counted because it's the one where he shines in the face of heaven. So this is going to be marking that, divider day, that equilux that happens here in Enoch 72:32. So on that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly to its days, 364. So Enoch is talking about this divider day that's going to happen, and it's going to be when the day is equal and night. And while the equilux will vary depending on your geological location, so the location that we're using and why we're using it is going to be Israel. It's because it's always been his chosen land, ever since the beginning. That's where, when everything's remade, New Jerusalem is going to come down as well. This is also where the Qumran community was, in that same exact area, and they were tracking the same exact things. Which is going to bring us to the solar year which is the sun, the time it takes for the sun to go around in its complete circuit. It's going to be actually 365.25 days of the year, or every year for a solar cycle. And I believe this was made, or the sun and the stars were made to have this excess, is to cover for that, that void of darkness that existed in the beginning there. And so Enoch 74:11, it's, and the excess sun and the sun, and the excess of the sun and the stars amounts to 6 days and 5 years. So when we do the math, we get that 1.2 days every year. So 6 divided by 5 is 1.2. And then in verse 12 here, it's, a lot of verses are going to say, or not verses, there's some versions that are going to say, the moon brings in all the years here. Well, that's going to be incorrect. Because if we read all of Enoch 74 and all the other chapters, he's going to describe how the moon is not coming in on time each year. Like it's going to be 10 days too short every year. And it's going to add up. So not only would the moon being here be contradictory to what he's saying, but the plural they, so that they will still be here when only the singular moon is here.
May I ask something? I mean, can I interject and ask something, or?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Could you share where it says the 10 days too soon in Enoch? I've seen it in Jubilees, but I haven't seen it in Enoch, and I just might not have come across it, but I thought I'd read it pretty thoroughly.
Yeah, it's actually in Enoch 74. Let me pull it up. Okay. Let me find it here.
Maybe I was reading an Enoch that was mistranslated or something.
Or maybe it's the other. Maybe it's not 74, but well, here he gives a math for it. Let me go back to 73. I know somewhere in here he's talking about the length of the moon. It's 350, like 354 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly 10 days apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe I read that in Jubilees. That's all. I just didn't remember seeing it in Enoch.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I could have thought it said it here.
I do believe it's in Enoch too. I'm not for sure on which chapter.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Maybe one of us will come across it one of these days. I didn't mean
Yeah.
to
No,
take you off
I'll keep
your
looking.
momentum there.
I can try to look for it.
Yeah, it might be actually in one of the later chapters instead of the earlier ones. But I know it's in there. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it also says it in Jubilees as well, yeah. Um,
I like
oh,
what
here it
you're
is.
sharing
Here,
about the
so
division there, dividing the days and getting up to the amount of days. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
yeah. So I found it here. So Enoch, what is this? 74. So for in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days. So this is talking about the moon,
Okay.
which it mentions right up here. So 8 years she falls behind 80 days. It's 10 days too short each year.
Oh, you're calculating that, or it says 10 days too short each year?
Yeah, for in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days. So if you do the math there, it's 10 days a year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, because the wording sounded like it was out of Jubilees. I appreciate that.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. So what else I wanted to show was, so this divider day that's going to occur at the head of every single year is going to be creation week resetting each year. It's going to be that yearly divider, because Yahuwah works in divisions. Like there's daily divisions. He divides the dark from the light. There's monthly divisions. There's seasonal divisions. So there's clearly a yearly division, and it's going to be this time. It's a day that's not counted in the numbering of anything. So it's a day not counted in time, even though we experience it. It's just not going towards the counting of anything. So, and this is another, this was just a little chart I got. I found it on a Telegram channel, but they basically put in the stars names from Enoch, like the heads, and they put the modern star names or these signs as well. But they called it the day to linger or day not counted, which I just thought it was pretty interesting. And then, so the equinox, which is going to happen on March 20th every single year. This is when that sun's going to make that straight line, like as we see here, and it's going to be the marker for day 4, which is going to be day 1 of month 1, or the head of months. And this is going to be the same day, Yahuwah told Moses to set up the tabernacle. Exodus 12 as well. 4Q320, talking about the sun. It's because when this happens, so the temple is going to be facing this way towards the sun, and this beam is going to shine directly in and hit the Holy of Holies right here. It's going to light it up. That's going to be, boom, day 4.
The marker.
Yes, the marker. The sign. So this is just that same picture. This is a fountain. I'm not even sure where this is, but I thought it was pretty cool. It's some fountain that they have. And on the equinoxes, it's going to mark this straight line, like right directly there.
Oh, so that's an actual place.
Yeah, it's an actual place.
Ooh, how pretty.
Yeah. But here's some more verses. Ezekiel 43, it's going to be describing the same exact thing here. The esteem of Yahuwah coming from the east. And then we got Exodus 27:13, Exodus 38:13, Exodus 40:1-2, and again 4Q320 in the Qumran scrolls. And yeah, this is going to be it will only align in this position on the equinoxes, like, so both the spring and the fall one actually. And so I can go ahead and read those verses there.
Now, Jeremy, is there a marker for the solstices or just the just the straight line?
Yeah, it's just the straight line shadows. The solstices are just when the sun is at the end of its courses, basically. It's like the furthest
Like the lowest
south.
point?
Yeah, like the furthest point south and then the furthest point north.
Do the solstices actually line up with the numbers on this calendar, or like did the Father set it up so that we wouldn't be doing those things we wouldn't be having the seasonal days or the Noah days, according to one reading? Did he set it up so it doesn't necessarily coincide with their solstices?
Actually, the solstices they land pretty close on those seasonal intercalated days. You know, the 31st day of every fourth month.
But do they always?
There's a brother that tracks it, and he marked out this last one. It fell on, I believe, the 17th. And let me get the calendar up here. So it was like the 17th of December that he tracked it on, and that would line up exactly with the intercalated day, one of the four of them. Let me see if I can find it here, and which month it was.
Thank you.
Jeremy, wouldn't that have been in the 10th month?
Yeah, here it is. Let me screen share it. You are correct. It's the 10th month. Yes. So yeah. So the December 17th would have been this intercalated day, and then day 1, month 10 is going to be, you know, one of the days of remembrance of Noah.
Right. Do you have special gatherings on those days of remembrance?
Yeah, we're actually finding out that they're even going to be Shabbats. Would you mind muting your mic?
Oh, sorry.
Is it? Yeah. There's apparently a lot of feedback. No worries. But so last week we went over in Ezekiel a few verses that were showing these days were actually considered Sabbath days. I'd have to remember which verses it was, but it was in Ezekiel, and because they mistranslate it as new moon in those verses, but it's actually talking about, you know, these heads of these months. So this would have been when the tops of the mountains became clear, or were seen to Noah on this 10th month, day 1. But a brother had tracked.
Does it actually line up with the seventh-day Sabbath, or is it a different, considered a different type of Sabbath?
So it would be like a different Sabbath than that one. So it would be the head of the months, is what they call it, or the heads of months.
The head of the season.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, the heads of the season.
Now, I was looking up Chodesh, and I was looking at the various understandings of it, and it looks like it can just be understood as a renewal of a time frame. So if it was Chodesh where the translators were translating it, and they're thinking Chodesh always means new moon, but it actually means something else in this context, then that would explain why they put it as new moon.
Yeah, because so we did a study on this. I actually have one of the articles pinned in the group, but it's the history of the Zadok calendar. But I walk it through there and go through Hodesh and Yarach. So Yarach is going to be the word used for moon. And you don't see an example of like YAHUAH in there, which would actually be the word for new moon. But we see HaHodesh, and Hodesh means the renewal of the 30-day monthly cycles, which is why it's referred to what's Chodesh, but it means month in English. So a month,
Right.
it doesn't have anything to do with moons or the moon phases.
Yeah,
Like the
I was
moon's not
taught
a witness
differently,
for
so
the
I'm having to
months.
get my mind around it differently. Thank you. I'm sorry, I just walked on you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we did a study on it last week, I believe. And then we have the videos up, and I also have that PDF up as well. And in the section, it's labeled, is moon sighting biblical? Under there, I walked through the interlinear Strong's Concordance, because the interlinear actually translates it correctly. They don't use Hodesh as new moon in there. They actually use it as month.
Maybe
Whereas
Miranda, maybe you could help me find this stuff afterwards.
Absolutely, yeah. I could
Thank you. Yeah,
help you.
I just joined like an hour ago, so I don't know how to get around this stuff yet. Thank you.
No worries. And so another reason we could see, why the fourth day would be important, why it's the head of the months. It's first when the sun, moon, and stars were created, it was on day 4. But we see, the fourth commandment is the Shabbat, keep the Sabbath day. The fourth day of creation is when time was set in motion, or the sun, moon, and stars were created. The fourth gate, which is where everything begins, according to Enoch. Everything starts in that fourth gate, or the Gadol Dalet. The fourth letter, Aleph Bet, is the door, or the passageway. And that fourth menorah branch, it's that longest straight branch, like that center one. And then 3 days later is the seventh branch, which is Shabbat. And then these are just some more verses about, this one is going to be about one of the 4 intercalated days. But 2 Chronicles 29, verse 3, so in the year of his reign, in the first month, he opened the doors of the house of YAHUAH and repaired them. So this is when they were coming back to the temple after the captivity of Babylon. But we could see in the first month, all these things were done. And then they began to set apart on the first day of the first month. And on the 8th day of the month, they came to the porch of YAHUAH, and they set apart the house of YAHUAH in 8 days. And on the 16th day of the first month, they had finished. So again, this is, the equinox, day 4, first day of the first month. And we can go up to, let me find it. So 4Q320. So I'll just read the clarification verse. So it's the sun, when it rises due east and shines at the celestial equator on the horizon at dawn, as night becomes morning, on day 4, Gamul, in the first month of the first year. And again, these are those verses in Exodus 27:13. The east side of the courtyard towards the sunrise. Exodus 38:13. The east side towards the sunrise. There's going to be a few more here. Let me find them. I got to organize these verses. My apologies. So Exodus 40, 1 through 2. So, and Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, on the first day of the first month, you are to raise up the dwelling place of the tent of meeting. So the tabernacle was also designed to capture that same, that light shining right into the Holy of Holies on the first day of the first month. And Exodus 12, 1 through 2. Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and said to Aaron in the land of Mitzrayim, saying, this month is the beginning of months for you. It's the first month of the year. And so this verse here in Lamentations, in chapter 2, verse 6, it's going to be showing us that the Sabbath day was lost. So he has demolished his booth like a garden. He has destroyed his place of meeting. And Yahuwah has made the appointed times and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion. And he despises sovereigns and priests in his raging displeasure. So if the Sabbaths were lost and forgotten, if it was just this endless 1 through 7 cycle without the divider, how can it be lost? It's because they had forgotten about this divider, this yearly divider that happens, this division. Yahuwah works in divisions. And, here's Enoch, again in Enoch, chapter 71. He's just talking about the head of days, which is kind of interesting because, that's what basically this divider day is. Can be considered the head of days. Of course, he's referring to Yahuwah as the head of days. But it's interesting because Daniel uses the Ancient of Days to call, that's what Daniel calls Yahuwah. And Enoch calls him head of days.
Yeah, I was going to say Enoch also calls him that too.
Yeah, I just thought it was an interesting correlation, And so we have all these verses that will show, this allusion to and directly to these days, these not only the 4 seasonal intercalated days, but also this divider day as well. And so when we're looking at the equal day and equal night, which is going to be the equilux that occurs in Israel, it's going to be like these 2 pillars of the temple. And so this one is going to be marking, the divider day. And then the day after is going to be day 1, 2, and 3 of creation. And then day 4 is going to be the equinox, which is going to be that straight line. And it's always going to mark these 3 days of creation before the sun, moon, and stars were created. And that's directly where the light beam is going to shine into right here. Boom. Light up the Holy of Holies. And this is just some creation week. And it's what keeps Yahuwah's calendar lined up and hitting the marks every single year. So we're not drifting behind the markers every year, or we're not jumping ahead of the markers. And
This understand it is
go
so
ahead.
beautiful, this understanding.
Yeah, truly.
It really is. When you read, hi everybody, I just came on.
Hey, shalom.
Thanks. A minute ago when you read that verse in Lamentations about how that he will cause us to forget the Sabbath.
Yeah.
I've heard people several times use that as a reason why we don't need to observe the feasts or Sabbaths anymore, or why it doesn't matter when we do. In other words, it doesn't matter that we all get on the same correct sacred calendar because he made us forget it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Has anybody else experienced that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I've experienced that. It's where that comes from is this guy, I forget his name, but he's on YouTube. He's usually wearing a bathrobe, and he's cussing and yelling and screaming how we shouldn't observe the festivals and so forth and so on because we're not in Israel. And he claims to have the keys of David, and he's basically just this false prophet that's been going around, and that's where this doctrine has been coming from.
Oh, that's
It's,
horrible.
yeah, it's literally in the commandments to observe all the festivals. If we read Deuteronomy and Leviticus, it's
Yeah.
commanded to observe them
Well,
for all
I wish
generations.
I wish that verse was worded differently because it does sound like Yahuwah made us forget it, where it was actually because of the people's sin. It was the people not following,
Yeah.
not obeying. That's why they forgot. So really, they caused themselves to forget. So I wonder if that was a mistranslation again, another intentional mistranslation. Um,
Actually, I think that would go along with what Ezekiel says, because the sons of Zadok are the ones who kept it throughout all this. So
They
the
got
sons of
turned over
Zadok,
to they got turned over to a reprobate mind. That's what
yeah,
basically is what Yah is saying is they refuse to stop mixing the profane with the holy. And so these other nations that they would not stop mixing and mingling with, he said, fine. And then those nations took over with their own set of calendars. So he did cause
yeah,
them to forget in a way, but they chose to, and so they got turned over to a reprobate mind.
well, that makes sense.
yeah, precisely.
When I was studying and I was studying and it came from a different perspective, but with what's being said here, the Philo and Josephus pretty well confirm that they kept the Sabbaths according to the moon during the time of our Messiah. And some of the things that I've looked at in the Dead Sea Scrolls seem to indicate that they were comparing what the moon was doing to determine when the next month would begin to I don't know, maybe make the calendars coincide between whoever was doing the manuscripts there and what the nation was doing, the Pharisees and so on in the temple. At least this is something that I'm contemplating. Maybe you all know something different about it, but I could not really find much evidence that they were counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and having Sabbath on Saturday on an uninterrupted cycle in the Second Temple during the time of our Messiah. Maybe you all have
Yeah,
different information, but
Um,
that's what I have.
well,
yeah. So,
did you know? Oh, go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say, I would definitely go to that PDF I have pinned, and it's called "The History of Zadoks," and it's an article I put together, and I have all the sources cited. Of and I What I did was I tracked the history of the sons of Zadok, and I tracked them all the way from King David into Qumran, the Qumran community themselves, and up to even John the Baptist and even Paul.
Yeah, I would
But
be interested in that. Maybe Miranda can help me get that figured out later. Thank you.
Is that
yeah,
is
yeah,
that is that pinned on this Telegram page or the other Telegram page, the newer one?
it's going to be on the
Or
other one actually.
okay,
Yeah,
It should be under.
I'll get it for her.
okay.
Yeah,
You know that video that Katrina shared a couple days ago that we initially had trouble pulling up? Those of you who saw it, I found that so interesting because he explained that there were two calendars, a calendar for the sons of
Yeah,
light and the calendar for the sons of darkness. And
exactly.
those that disobeyed and didn't follow Yah's commands and instructions followed the dark calendar, the calendar for the dark ones.
Yep.
And that he was almost saying, without saying it, that the dark one was valid, but it was a dark calendar. It was, for the sons of darkness. And we could choose which one we want. And wow, I thought that was so profound. It's so real.
Yeah, truly.
So we have a choice to make.
So
Yeah,
does that line up with the principle of that he would send them a strong delusion that they might believe a lie, that have not the love of the truth but take pleasure in unrighteousness?
It fits.
yeah, I would say. Yeah, and we're supposed to be, the sons and daughters of light, not the sons and daughters of
Yeah,
darkness.
yeah. If you haven't seen that video, go back a day or two and watch it. It's short. It's only 10 minutes or so. Is anybody else getting the echo?
I, yeah, I
That's
was just
okay.
about to ask the sister, would you mind muting your mic?
I'm sorry, I thought I had.
No worries, it's okay. Yeah, so again, this is, more of the examples of that light shining in right there on the equinox, marking day 4, lighting up the Holy of Holies. And then for an example of March 16th, the marker in the stars, March 16th, we could see the date. It's when Ursa Minor is lining up directly right there with Polaris.
Why
Yeah,
is
that's
it
the
only seen in Jerusalem?
What's that again?
Why is the equinox only seen in Jerusalem?
Well, it's not only seen in Jerusalem. It's just, so the equilux, where it's
The
actual
equinox,
equal day and equal night,
yes.
it's going to vary depending on a geographical location. So the geographical location that it matches up on is actually in Israel and Jerusalem. Where
So
if
let's say,
we're
so if you don't live there and you're stuck on an island, you won't ever know when the equinox is, but the equinox, that's all
yeah,
over, isn't it? We can tell when
correct,
the equinox is. Okay.
correct. So you can always get day 4.
Okay. So we can, no matter where you are, even if you don't have access to that information, you can still stay on time.
Precisely, exactly. You got it.
And it
I
always
wonder
happens on March 20th, or that,
Yeah, March 20th. Except for every 4 years or so, it's going to happen on March 19th. And that's going to be the marker for the second divider day that happens every 4 years, because that 0.25 is going to add up every 4 years to an extra day.
I finally understand that about why there's a leap year, because the
Yeah,
sun
yeah,
cycle is 365.25 days every year. So that
yep,
0.25 every 4 years adds an extra day. Now, from what I understand, Jeremy, did you say before that when it does occur on the 19th, it isn't occurring until, I think the evening or nighttime, so we really don't see it until the 20th. Did I
yeah,
hear that
exactly.
correctly?
Yeah, that's actually what Sister Marissa had found, because she was looking deep into that.
Okay, so that way we won't mistakenly keep it on the 19th because we won't even see it on the 19th.
Yeah, precisely. But
So
there are
that's
brothers
good.
and sisters who have tracked it on the 19th as well, which is interesting. So this is why actually we are going to be doing our own studies of that this March at the head of the year with the Qumran sundials and other methods as well.
Yeah, I'm both
Okay.
nervous and excited for that.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Truly.
change so many things. It's just,
Truly.
but to witness it and to actually like know what we're looking for now, I don't know, I feel like relief and like like I said, like a little bit of nervousness because this is like so much more than what we've been given with any other kind of calendar system.
Yeah, precisely. And the amazing thing is it's always hitting the mark every year. And that's the amazing thing. It's the 364 days, always on the marks. Boom. It's truly amazing. Praise Yahuwah.
Truly. And it really is so easy when you really start to just hone in on it and and take the
Yeah,
word for what it is, what it says.
exactly. It's exactly. Not difficult at all. So another thing I wanted to get into actually was some of the maps. So I was looking through some maps actually this last week, and I found this little article. I had the maps up before, but when I restarted my computer, it shut down all my tabs. So so I wanted to go through and show a bunch of different maps that are going to depict Hyperborea, which is going to be, this section of the north where, right here in the center is going to be this magnetic mountain or this black rock mountain. And, one of them is one of the earliest ones that make this depiction is from 1492. And it's Martin of Bohemia globe. And it was this guy right here, Martin Behem. He was a navigator and geographer to the King of Portugal. But, his map, he depicted it on this globe. But let me
Even in
show you.
1492, it
Yeah, it
was
was
on a
very
globe.
strange. Yeah, very strange.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, here's this map right here. You can see that depiction, again, of Hyperborea. There's not a lot of pictures that are going to show it for some reason, which is strange. But, yeah, you can
Now,
kind of see it up here.
did any of you guys know that there's also an an Arctic treaty also, just like an Antarctica treaty?
Yeah, yeah. They don't want us going
I didn't
either
even know
direction.
that until
Yeah,
recently, and I was like, that really stinks for us a little
yeah,
bit.
truly, truly. But yeah, here we go again. So, this depiction. Here, let me see if I can. There we go. Again, Hyperborea right up here. And from 1492.
Look at that steep climb you got to do up that globe to get
Yeah, I
to
know,
it.
right? all, all that climbing.
There was years ago I went to a feast and there was a brother that had this book, and I don't remember the name of the guy who wrote it, but he talked about going up to the North Pole and his adventures there and what he saw, and it was pretty fantastic. And it could be that after that, because he had a lot of credibility. He was a officer in some military or a naval officer, and he came back and he shared his experiences, and maybe that's why they made a thing
Yes,
to.
you're talking about Admiral Byrd.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it. And maybe that's why, because they want people to just think he was off his rocker, and nobody can confirm what he was saying. Maybe he got a hold of some magic mushrooms or something.
Yeah, he went to the north and the south actually, and I was going to get into that a little bit as well. He said he found lands in the south that are bigger than America.
I thought he said that he did this, that he kept on following the ice wall and it just went all the way around.
Yeah,
And then there's another guy, somebody sent me a book by him, an article that he wrote. He apparently found like this inlet, and I don't know whether it was like a spoof kind of thing, or whether that was because he was trying to share a different view, or if it was an actual experience. But he seemed to have witnesses that it was an actual experience, and he went through this very narrow opening that often isn't seen, and it was quite unusual for it to be seen. And he was taken to this other land. They knew who who Americans were. They knew what the outside world was, but the outside world didn't know about them. And
yeah,
so when he got back, he married one of the men that he married a daughter of one of the men that came from America, and she died on the way back to America. And he was sharing some of his, and I don't know if anybody else is familiar with that. Maybe.
yeah. I actually watched a video on YouTube that talked about that same story.
Oh, I didn't see it on YouTube. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it really is. Things are not like what we were taught, are they?
Yeah, precisely. So
Rothschild's motto: teach them everything about nothing.
exactly. So again, we're gonna have another map here. It's from 1565, and it's basically a depiction of America. And then we have these, Hyperborea lands right up here, showing the same rivers. We can go look it up even more. And it's based on 18-sheet world map by Petrus Plancius to create the outline of America. So this Petrus Plancius, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, but he had this map created, and then we see this Hyperborea region. This is the one I thought was really interesting, actually, this picture of it, which it doesn't seem like the same map, but it's labeled as the same map. But this one really just stays the same size. But here we can also see, Hyperborea right there at the top. We see America and such right here. South America. And then Antarctica just kind of, going straight across, which is interesting.
And it looks like it's connected with South America. Is that what that is right there?
Yeah.
It looks like it's connected.
Yeah, it does look like it's connected, which is really interesting. This one's kind of interesting as well, because there's a moon map by Vibes of Cosmos, actually, and it kind of depicts America just like this, which I was going to go over as well.
It makes us look so small.
I know, right?
It's like such a small little portion of what we're, again, just like, what we've been taught in school.
Exactly. Now we're going to have this 1570 Ortelius Europe Scandinavia map. But again, we see part of Hyperborea right here with the same, depiction of the islands. and we go and look it up.
Yeah, does anybody know what's up with Greenland? Why it's like all ice, but it's called Greenland?
Yeah, I know, right?
Does anybody actually live
Because
there?
it didn't used to be. It didn't used to be. It used to be a very beautiful place.
Yeah.
So it was
So,
named before it got covered with ice.
yeah, interesting.
And what the narrative they taught me in school was that they named Greenland the ice and Iceland the green area to throw people off when the Vikings inhabited that area.
Yeah, interesting.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, as we can see, several depictions of this map. It's got, that same Hyperborea continent right up north here. This one's going to be, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Terra Septentrionis. I'm not sure. My apologies. But we'll look this one up as well.
I'd probably
I think
butcher it. I
it's.
don't know if
Oh,
you're butchering it. That sounds good to me.
Wait, say that again? Apologies.
I just said I'd probably butcher it. I don't know if you're butchering it, but it
Oh,
sounds good the way
yeah.
you're saying it to me.
I think it's interesting too that I think Greenland and Trump are in the news right now pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Kind
Like
of.
together?
Well, I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like Greenland wants help from Donald Trump for something, but it says it doesn't want to be part of America. But they're working on something to do something together. I don't know what it is exactly or what we want.
I can tell you what I think is going on. It appears that they're trying to make us think that Canada and Greenland should be part of the U.S. And if you look on the maps that they made a few years ago about the 10 regions of the New World Order, all of North America, which includes Mexico, and they're trying to blur those lines as well, but all of North America, including Mexico, Canada, and Greenland, are one of the 10 sectors of the New World Order. And they're trying to sneak it in, making it look like it's going to be a good thing. But it's part of their New World Order. It's part of their New World Order plans. I'll see if I can find that map now. Can I post it on here, Jeremy? Or
You
are you
should be able
going
to screen share, perhaps, I think.
If I can screen share, I will. If not, I will send it directly to you, and you can pop it up here, okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah, looks like Junior, what the heck is Donald Trump Jr. was there on Tuesday.
In Greenland?
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's part of the new sector of the 10 regions of the New World Order.
Ugh.
Yeah.
They've been a little quiet about that the last couple of years, but it was part of their plans.
Jeremy, is this supposed to be a depiction of Christopher Columbus?
Yeah, actually, that's what I was just about to get into. So.
Okay, that looks awesome. So, yeah.
So, yeah, we see, America here, and then we see these Hyperboreas right up here.
Are they calling it Terra? Is it Terra? I'm sorry, it's kind of...
Oh, I think that's the name of the map, but it's Terra Septimonialis Incognita. It's basically this map here from 1586. But there's different versions and so forth.
South America.
Like this one, I think it'll show. Oh no, that's the one we saw earlier. So this is just different maps so far from different navigators and cartographers and so forth, and they're all depicting this Hyperborea continent. And this one's actually really interesting because I actually studied or looked into this map a few years ago and found it pretty interesting as well. Because this one, so it's Urbano Monti is his name, who created it. But some people tried to put it on a globe and it didn't work. But this is the actual map it should be. So again, we got Hyperborea. Oh, it's not going to let me go in. But we got Hyperborea right here in the center. We could tell because this is America again, and South America, Africa, so forth. Even Australia. And then all around, it's this Antarctica before it was snow and frost, it appears.
So what do you think caused the snow and frost? I mean, because that clearly looks like Greenland again.
Yeah. That's a very good question. And it's got, if you look this map up on YouTube, there's a guy that goes through and he zooms in really close to where you can even read this writing.
Yeah, because I think they even depict animals over there too. Like, why would you just put animals unless you saw those animals?
Exactly. There's animals and castles, and
It
you can kind of see the animals here a little bit.
Things today are probably so different than what they used to be because there's been so many resets, 3 or 4
yeah.
resets each time. The land would change. The
Exactly.
climate, just like where there's deserts now, there used to not be deserts.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
In the millennial reign, those nations that didn't keep Sukkot, scripture says that they would not get any rain. And
Yeah.
so if they didn't get any rain for 1,000 years, it probably would turn into a desert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now here's a little bit closer of that same map, Hyperborea again, the 4 different islands. And yeah, it's funny. Some people tried to put it on a globe or something, and that's what it turned out to be.
Anyone who says that they have flown over Antarctica or flown over the North Pole, either they're just a lying troll or they're just super ignorant, because both those areas are restricted and off limits. And if you even go anywhere near it, you're going to have some fighter jet alongside you within a minute.
Right, such liars. Because you can't even go to the Grand Canyon and explore most of the Grand Canyon without people flying over, and they'll immediately stop you from going into a restricted area. So yeah, that's...
Yeah, there has never been a flight that goes, over Antarctica and then, crossing one side and coming out the other side. The same thing with the North.
Yeah, some idiot on a flat Earth discussion a couple weeks ago was trying to say that he's a pilot and he's flown over both and blah blah blah. And
yeah, that's untrue.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if he probably had clearance and was told to hey, there's a lot of people talking about blah blah, so just say that you've done it and didn't see anything.
Yeah, exactly. Which this article is going to go into a little bit, this first one here where I'm getting these maps from, or getting the names of the maps from, but later in this article it actually goes down and it talks about, flight paths and even ship routes. And, he goes over some things like that, some say, they go right through it. But then he tracks all the routes and none of them do. None of them do. It's pretty interesting. But So we got this one. It's considered to be the first true modern atlas. And it's Theatrum Orbis Terrarum. Pretty interesting name. Terrarum, like terrarium, like Yahuah's terrarium.
All in the wording.
Yeah. So let me try and get a good picture of this. But, as we can see, here we go. Hyperborea up here. We got Antarctica down here. Of course, look how huge it shows it. And then, of course, South America. Look, it was even called Brazil instead of Brazil. And Florida, like this whole land was called Florida.
Chalaga, like Chicago?
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting stuff on these maps. And then Tontonay instead of Toronto. Just really interesting stuff. But as you can see, these four rivers, it even has this little formation here.
What's the date on this one?
This one is 1587. So we got, let's see the dates, from 1492, 1565, 1570, 1587, 1587, 1587. So the last, or no, wait, this one's 1586, sorry. So the last two are from 1587.
And I'm sorry, when did they say Christopher Columbus founded, quote unquote, America?
Like 1492, I believe. Right when this first map was created, this one. Which is probably why it doesn't have, America on it.
Jeremy, I did find the map for the New World Order plans, and I was incorrect about Mexico. Mexico will be in the sector that South America is in. I'm going to pin it on the page, and maybe you can pull it up and screen share it here. I don't know how to do that, but I'm going to post it
sure.
in just a moment.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Actually, let me share this link as well, because this is the site I'm at right now looking through. Put it in here as well. It's pretty interesting because the thumbnail picture, it shows that Shem, Ham, and Japheth's land like split up.
I don't see Australia on that map. Or am I missing that?
Hold on one second. Let me get back there. Yeah, I think somewhere over here is Australia. Or something.
It's on the left side, I think.
Oh, yeah, there.
Oh,
right.
Weird. Okay, weird. I thought that's weird. So I wonder how close Australia is to Antarctica.
Yeah, I know, right? Because it shows them pretty close here as well.
It does.
Same thing with South America.
Yeah.
Like super close. Like it's
And
only a river.
Again, South America looks weird. I wonder if there's been land that is sunken into the ocean. Or they're just completely screwing with them, which they probably are.
Sweet, here's that picture. Let me Let me pull it up here.
And is this in Latin, these maps?
I believe so. Yeah, this one I believe is Latin right here. Let me go here.
Which, is that the same language that's on our dollar
Yeah.
bill?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Latin.
okay. Interesting that we carry around stuff we don't even understand.
I know, right? It is very interesting. And then here, actually, let me show this picture of this map Sister Sarah shared. So that New World Order map. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, when he started talking about making America the 51st state and buying Greenland, and I thought this reminds me of something, so I started digging, and that's what it was. These are the 10 sectors.
Ew, why are we number one? Sorry, I didn't mean to say ew. I just why are we one?
Yeah, just interesting stuff. Yeah, we're number one. Let's see.
And then why are 2 and 6 yellow?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder what the different, like, color coding.
I'm not sure. It's a good question.
That's an interesting map.
Yeah, so this 1592 Prioris Hemisphere Ferrari Tuticus Geographici. I'm sure I butchered that, but we will look it up. So this is going to be, I believe it's Italian. I could be mistaken. So it's Mappamundo, basically, is what this is saying. Which is, some of those maps that will depict Jerusalem as the center of, all the land.
Which, in Ezekiel, doesn't it say that Israel is in the center of the earth?
Well, in that verse, that particular verse in Ezekiel, the word there is, among. It's actually, like if you go into the Strongs and you look up the usage of that word, it's among or amongst. So it's saying they were placed among the nations.
Oh, okay. I see.
And then, so those maps that do depict it at the center, it's really showing like a small, like circle part, basically, of this, and it depicts it as the center of the earth, which I mean is pretty cool. But yeah, so we have this. I won't even try to pronounce the name. But again, we see this Hyperborea right here. Again, it's depicted on a globe. Just more of that globe deception's been going around for a long time.
Which, doesn't hemi just mean half? Like hemisphere?
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't hemi mean half?
Yeah, and sphere means, half a sphere, basically.
Right, which they're basic. That's the truth in plain sight right there.
Yeah.
What's that down on the bottom left side?
This,
Yeah.
I would think South America is what it may be, because here's Africa, and then South America would be here,
Yeah. Okay. It just
and
looked
then
big.
North America. Let's see. Yeah, here's a clearer map of it.
By any chance, can you see any like longitude and latitude lines on there? Like, does it give you the names of the the Tropic of Capricorn and Sagittarius, or not Sagittarius, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Cancer.
Or maybe.
Thank you, Cancer.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
thank you.
there it is, Cancer.
Okay, see, and it's been like that forever, and I don't think it should be because we're not like I know that I'm getting that from Lost History of the Flat Earth, but
Yeah,
we're not in those quote unquote arcs anymore,
yeah.
according to Lost History of the Flat Earth.
Like this one says Circius, and then Equinoctia, maybe
Which
equinox
like
or
or
equator.
equator, yeah.
Yeah,
But that's interesting because that's essentially on a flat Earth map. That would essentially be a straight line.
yeah, exactly. And then I don't know if. Oh wait, yeah. Capricorn. Yeah, so Tropic of Capricorn, still called that.
Yeah.
Interesting. But yeah, this goes to show, these several different map makers, they all have this, depiction. Here, let me get this. Of the same, here's Mercator's map as well, of the same, Hyperborea up here. This one's 1569. And again, he's going to show, Hyperborea. We got it to the north. Of course, we got the Americas, and then the European, African, so forth over here. Antarctica down here.
Why does that look so fuzzy? Europe over there. You know
I'm
what I
not
mean?
sure. Yeah. It's like super split up over here. Like probably just
Like
showing.
it doesn't even look like that's land. It looks like that's like maybe somewhat underwater.
Yeah, it's really hard to see or to tell.
That's odd.
But we got Africa here. And then, Jerusalem would probably be like around here. America, of course. But let's see. I think that yeah. So yeah, this in that same article here, this is kind of going over what I was talking about earlier. So he's talking about tracking ship and aircraft movement north and through the Bering Strait. So he went to these maps and he was tracking it, and he was seeing like there's no like flights or ships that just go straight through. They're all kind of coming and circling around, and then they don't actually. So
Like
what he's
they're
got.
abiding by like a perimeter.
Yeah,
Or like
exactly,
not
exactly,
going to it, but like a perimeter basically close to it.
exactly. So what he's saying here. And so he's saying, this Spitsbergen is 910 miles north of the Bering Strait, and it experiences plenty of marine traffic. So what he's saying is you should be able to go through right here, cross the North Pole, and get there. And I think that he's just showing the current in this picture. And then, so here's the map of, marine traffic. And you'll see it, which is interesting. There's like just this one ship down by Antarctica. But you see up here, no ships are ever like, they're not just crossing up here. They're not, going up here or coming out there. There's like this, they're staying away from it.
I don't think they can. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what this map is showing right here. So this is supposed, or wait, no, is this? No, this was a different map. So this is Alaska and then Russia. Where's that map he was showing? Where basically they go around the north and they don't actually go through it.
Can they see like an aerial view, you think? Like they can't physically go to it, but like they get like a bird's eye view of it? Are they able to?
I'm not sure, honestly. That's a good question. But yeah, so here's basically, so here you should be able to come through and just like pop out there and then pop out here. But what they're doing is they're going around the north, like exactly where the north is, and they're actually cutting through all these crazy islands to get around to it. And then again, here's the airplane traffic. Again, no planes are going this way. No planes are coming down to Antarctica, but they are coming this way, as you can see. And then we got military bases. I know there was a map on here. Oh, I think it's this one. Yeah, so see, he's showing shipping routes here. And this should be where, Hyperborea and all that is, or depicted on the maps. And these shipping routes are always, they're coming around it, basically. Like they're never going past this 80 degrees north, I guess you could say. I'm sure they do for Greenland, but, they're basically coming around the north and getting to these other sections where they could have just went like, whoosh, cut right through it, but they don't. But I linked the article if you guys want to read it as well. But I could have sworn there was he showed a picture from above how they go around the north. I could be mistaken though. Oh yeah, he's talking about like this proposed line. Oh, yeah, he talks about, he doesn't know if they're hiding Hyperborea or something else. I think this is where he starts getting into it. And he talks about faking the Bering Strait, which I was reading it. It's actually really interesting.
What's the Bering Strait?
It's like this spot between Russia and the USA. So like, where's the map? Of course, it's going to be down here.
You mean like the U.S. being connected to Russia?
Yeah. So like right here, basically, so Alaska's here, then we got Russia here.
Yeah.
This is called the Bering Strait.
And he said it. Is he saying it doesn't exist or it does?
He's saying, what is he saying? Faking Bering Strait. That's a good question.
Because I know that there's a lot of people that are saying that Russia is connected to the United States. And if you're looking at a globe, they're going to be like, you're wrong. But when you look at it from a flat Earth, it makes a lot of sense. But I think that's where like Canada has like their boundaries, right? So they have their markers of where their land ends and the other one begins. So you can't technically cross it. They definitely have that heavily, guarded as well.
Exactly.
Maybe
I
that's
think,
why they create an enemy, Russia's enemy, you know what I mean?
yeah.
So we don't investigate.
I think I see what he's saying. He's saying, so it is connected up here, but they're portraying it as it's not.
Now, I
Interesting.
will say they like to tell us that they're all enemies, but if they were, you wouldn't have all these countries getting together making treaties
Yeah,
about keeping certain lands quiet. It's kind of like,
exactly.
the left versus right. They think that, they have us fooled that they're on different teams, but after they're done fighting on TV, they go out and celebrate in the back room and have drinks together.
Right.
Yeah,
It's all scripted.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, just like the lawyers and attorneys in court and the judge and everybody.
Precisely. But yeah, I just thought, this article was really interesting because, it's showing, how ships and airplanes, they don't go over the North Pole to, make an easier trip. They actually go out of their way to like go around things.
Wow. It kind of makes me feel better knowing they can't go there either.
Yeah. But yeah, you won't see ships like something coming up here and then all of a sudden it's popping out over here. Vice versa, with Antarctica. But you do see them from left to right. I just thought it was really interesting. And then, the currents, how it's all coming from the north, flowing down.
It makes me think of like a magnetic field.
Yeah, I
So
would agree with that.
maybe they literally cannot go there.
You could be right. I know there's some stories, where there's very strong currents and it's flowing outward, so it's going to prevent you from going anywhere close to it. Like if you're trying to go up through these rivers or something.
Yeah,
Like
I've seen huge ships that are in the northern seas, and I mean, that would literally terrify me. Those waves can get so big.
yeah, exactly. It's the destruction power water has. It's amazing because it has power to give life and to destroy as well. But yeah, like so you're not going to see anybody like a plane flying from this over here going directly north to come over here. No, they're always going to fly like around and make this huge turn to come around it and so forth. Same with the south. And then, yes, what I wanted to do.
I don't know. This just came to my mind, and I don't know if it has anything to do with this or a correlation, but how do you pronounce this? The Aurora Borealis?
Yeah,
Are
the
you?
Northern Lights.
Yeah. Is that
Yeah,
where it's coming from?
yeah. Actually, the lights are described exactly like the lights that come out of the throne of Yahuwah.
Right. I don't know.
And
And
Jeremy, you were saying that the sun that goes through the north to go to the east gate. Um, didn't you say that his throne is it's like right above that? So
yeah,
it's
that's what.
like a depiction of like his throne.
Yeah, exactly. So, let's see. Let me see if I can find it.
And
Yeah,
didn't Lucifer wanted to ascend to the sides of the north and be like
yeah,
the Most High?
exactly. So yeah, the Northern Lights are the colors around Yahuwah's throne. And so he that sat, so Revelation 4:3, he that sat was to look upon like jasper and a sardine stone, and there was a rainbow around the throne, in sight like unto an emerald. So, these are the colors being described. These are the colors of the northern lights. Same thing, the northern lights. There's some depictions of it as well.
And
They
I
even
don't know if
make
I'm
comment.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
I'll say it was when did they say the best season for watching are around the spring and fall equinoxes? I don't know if that correlates to anything, but I was just
That would be
thinking,
interesting.
I was
Yeah.
just thinking that.
Huh.
I don't know.
I haven't looked into when the best time to view them is, but yeah, interesting. I'd have to look into that. But I'm not sure if you guys have heard about the moon map or not. But it's basically on YouTube. It's actually Vibes of Cosmos. But it's basically this map. So what it is, it's going to be here. Let me see if I can find what it is. But it's basically, the moon. They're saying the moon is just a negative, or capturing a negative imprint of all the continents of the earth.
Yes.
And so this guy put together, it took him years, I guess, to put together this map. But what it shows is so it's even showing this, this continent that we no longer see, Lumeria, which is actually spoken about a lot in history, about sinking and falling away and so forth. We got Hyperborea right here in the center. We got Russia. We got the Americas over here. So this is North America and then South America. And then here he's showing like Atlantis was right over here. But of course we don't see it anymore. But basically what he's showing is, the continents as they're laid out aren't even as what we are shown. And what he's basically saying is this moon map could be, depicting like the negative of what our Earth is, like all the true lands of our Earth. And here's another picture I found very interesting as well. But it shows more in detail, so here's where we are now. And then this could be the lands that, Admiral Byrd was speaking about when he went outside and or went to the South, and he saw these giant lands bigger than America. But he's saying, the sun and the moon and the stars, so forth, are circling here. This is why, it'll be warmer here. This is why the ice will form around the edges like that against these other lands that are unreachable.
Is that outer darkness maybe even?
Yeah, that could be it as well. That's where that outer darkness is. And, here's more pictures of the map. And he's showing, there's these continents all over the place that are undiscovered or have been discovered, but they don't want us to know about it, and so forth and so on. I just find it really fascinating and interesting. I don't agree with, everything that he's saying, because he goes pretty far into some things which may or not be the truth. But I don't know. I don't know if this moon map may or may not be the truth either. It's just something, it caught my eye. And,
I understood that was like a snapshot at a certain point in time rather than a continuous reflection now.
Yeah, exactly. That was actually the theory, that it's like a picture that was taken in time.
Yes, and
Wasn't
I
there a
have a
Someone,
clock?
uh,
Wasn't there a
I,
clock that correlated with that too?
yes
yeah, it's
in Prague.
yeah, that Prague
Yeah.
clock. I thought they had a picture of it here, but
Yes,
I think someone was mentioning, that picture could have been snapped into it on Joshua's long day, when the sun and the moon stood still.
yes, that was my theory.
Oh yeah, yeah, that was yours. Yes.
Yes, it's the only thing that makes sense because we know that you can't take a picture of something when it's continuously moving. And if we're trying to add scripture into this, which we always should, the only day that has ever been recorded that the sun and moon stood still was when Joshua had commanded it, and y'all let him. And the moon is made of plasma, and plasma is involved with when you are taking a picture. And you know that light also has to be involved when you're taking a picture. So yeah, that literally is the only scriptural sense of when the sun and moon would stand still in order for that to happen.
That's pretty amazing. And it makes sense too. So I thought they had a picture of it on here. Oh wait, was that it? Oh, yeah, that Prague clock. So basically, the Prague clock.
Which they
It's going
took
around.
down.
Yeah, which they took down.
They
Yeah.
changed it and they put a globe because it was catching so many people's attention.
Yep. They were like, "Huh, what's this? Oh, we better change it from that to a globe." Yeah, here's more about that. The clock here. I know it shows it in his videos on YouTube. It's literally vibes of cosmos. But there's a lot of interesting information on there. I wouldn't say, I would agree with every single thing that he's putting forth, but, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
Something that's interesting to me is, somebody mentioned earlier that we've had many resets, and that is definitely the case. But something that I personally have experienced, and I know others have, because, we all feel the ruach of truth, when Yah wakes us up. I mean, he wakes us up, pretty abruptly, especially since we can now have the discernment to really take everything to scripture and know that we've got something to base everything off of. But water has memory. I don't
Yeah.
know if anybody's seen that, and we're also made of water.
Yeah.
And so we're all connected through our genes. And so certain things that, that's why they had to start the school system. They had to get us to a point where they were starting us at young because, that's how programming works. And so when we come to truth and it resonates with us and we don't understand why, it's because water has memory. And though we don't understand it because of our indoctrination, it does feel right. And that just blasts through any kind of indoctrination that they've tried to do.
Yeah.
There's something
Exactly.
special about water.
Truly. Yeah, here's that Prague clock. They put that globe here. That's what they turned it into.
They ruined it.
Yeah. But yeah, you showed a good picture there in chat, brother, of it.
Yeah, he did a real interesting piece on how it fit into the zodiac. And so he showed that, like, the age of Aquarius and how it, from the age of Capricorn or something like that, he changed it over. That we're in a different age now according to the clock.
Yeah. So yeah, here's the one with the original map in it.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to be either coming out of or in the age of Pisces, I think is what he said.
Right. So that when we show Capricorn and all the stuff that we show for navigation currently, that it's in the wrong era.
Yes. Which really makes you think of, I don't know about anybody else, but like the if we're in Hasatan's little season, literally they're just picking up where they last left off before he got bound. Does that make sense to anybody else? Like literally, like as soon as he got released again, they were just like, oh, just picking right up, like that 1,000 years never happened. And I wonder if that's why they never changed the maps.
That may be why they're doing all the geo-engineering too for the weather.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff, you know.
And that makes Africa look huge.
Yeah, it does.
This one.
The Sahara. It's just, yeah, I mean, it could be plausible. I just find it interesting. You know, this one's really interesting as well because it just shows, you know, the ice buildup and so forth that would occur. And it kind of shows it like, you know, how an eye would work basically, you know, with the firmament and so forth. Just interesting stuff, I thought. And, you know, a lot of these ancient maps that are predicting, you know, Hyperborea, you know, this one showing Hyperborea, all these maps showing Hyperborea. We got all these ship routes that are just, they're avoiding the north and south like the plague. We got airplanes that are avoiding the north and south like the plague.
Did anybody see a YouTube video where there was people working at in Antarctica, and they had to take like a questionnaire on where their belief system was? And this guy was like, it didn't make any sense back then because I didn't even believe in anything. So, but he said that they had discovered this rare kind of ice that they called sky ice. And it was like the color of sapphire. But the only thing about this sky ice is you could not remove it because it wouldn't even melt. It would just disintegrate. It would get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then, you know, depending on like how far you took it from its original spot. But like literally, I believe that what they were doing is they were drilling into the firmament.
Yeah, exactly.
Or trying to, at least.
Precisely. Oh, come on, DuckDuckGo. Yeah, that's... If we're going to load here, come on.
But interesting, right? How they would be like, where's your faith at? I mean, because if you have faith, you would know what, you know, something isn't adding up. Like, whoa, what is this? And then, I just thought that was crazy.
That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, they were drilling into the firmament.
10 years ago, when I first started researching all this stuff, it was much easier to find information. They have either censored or blocked a lot of the stuff that used to be able to research.
Yeah, actually, here's a quick video about it I just found. Here, can you guys hear that actually?
No.
Here, I need to share with sound. That's why. There we go. Okay. All right, let me play this real quick.
Showed me a piece of sky ice. You couldn't touch the stuff with your bare hands because it was so cold. And it wasn't clear or white like normal ice. It was solid blue. He said that's why they call it sky ice, because it was the exact same color as the sky.
Welcome back. My name is Renee, and this is Highly Motivated, a channel where we check out different things that I find interesting, and hopefully you will too. Today, we are doing a video on tunnels and sky ice. This is something that I found when I was looking at videos for the last video that I did about the firmament, but it was too long and it was pretty interesting, so I thought I might as well devote a whole video to it. And if you're new here, do me a favor, like this video.
What happens when you drill into the firmament, tunnels and sky ice? And this is talking about work that they've been doing and something that they've found. So let's just start.
The only
Right
time I
now.
ever saw them actually studying normal ice was when a film crew from National Geographic came by. The rest of the time, which was most of the time, the scientists were studying something they called sky ice. This stuff was totally different. We were never allowed to go into the laboratory areas of the station because the labs had to be kept super clean, and they said it would mess up their work if they risked letting too many people in the lab. But one time, one of the researchers that I was friends with showed me a piece of sky ice. You couldn't touch the stuff with your bare hands because it was so cold. And it wasn't clear or white like normal ice. It was solid blue. He said that's why they call it sky ice. Because
Real quick, have any of you ever heard of this substance before? I've heard it briefly mentioned once before, and
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's actually Founded Earth Brothers, I believe, video who she's playing, which is interesting.
Yes, he does a lot of stuff like that.
But yeah, it's that sky ice stuff, them bombing the firmament with Operation Fishbowl, I believe it was, where they nuked the firmament. I think there's definitely more than what we're being told, as a lot of these maps can show and present. I was just kind of scrolling through some of these pictures here, but some interesting stuff.
And it's interesting that we are now at a time where they say we are free to travel, but we actually can't.
Yeah, I know. Right? Yeah, we can't go to the north, we can't go to the south. We can only stay in that little section that they've prescribed.
It's gonna get worse.
Yeah. Let's see. There we go.
Yeah, interesting that it's getting worse. When more people are coming to truth.
Yeah, truly.
Terrible echo again. Talkie. Please mute your phone.
But yeah, here's some more, the Gleason's map and so forth. Of course, this is a more recent map. It's not going to show, Hyperborea and things like that. But I was just kind of bringing this up because, it's showing all these flights that are going to go this, around the circle. This is that area they keep us in. They say, Antarctica is just this small island on the bottom of the earth. But no one ever flies from this way and then pops out over here. Same with the north, no one's flying from Canada going directly to Russia through the north. No, they always come around, they come around.
What do you think their plan is with the Hadron Collider?
I think they're just trying to open up portals to other dimensions, so to say, or even these outer lands that could be, these lands and so forth.
Now, other dimensions. Do you mean like other heavens?
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Like it's the different spiritual realms. So I think these realms, like out here, these could be those spiritual realms. They actually exist, but because of the firmament and everything, we're unable to get to it. Or maybe we aren't able to get to it, but it could be that barrier between, the spiritual and the physical world. And what they're trying to do is break the barrier so that, the spiritual can manifest into the physical, just as, it's happened before.
Doesn't Enoch describe them being in a dark, cold place like that?
Yeah, actually it does. That's true. Dudael. I think it's called.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, it would be this cold, dark place. Like this map, it shows all this is just frozen. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. And then, these maps that are showing, again, these different shipping routes. This would be where the North Pole and so forth is, but, no ships are going this way. The closest they get is, this. It's interesting. They don't even come around Greenland this way. They're coming down and around like this. Yeah, I just think there's a lot of things they're not telling us. They're not going to show us. All these shipping routes and cruise routes. But then, when you put this right here, this route on a flat map, you'll see it'll actually work out a whole lot better. So we're going from Japan to Russia to Alaska. So if we do that here, we could see why they take that route, because it's a straight route. So we got Japan, and then Russia, and then Alaska. It's just a straight line. But of course over here, where was that? Of course over here, it's going to be this bent crooked line. This is an awful, strange route. So what is it? So this was some kind of route for a 32-day voyage of a ship. I don't remember where he talks about it. An Alaskan cruise going through the Bering Strait. But you don't actually go through it.
Do you think they make these routes longer on purpose?
Yeah, because, just like this one. Well, actually, this one wouldn't really be an example of that, but, there's a lot of examples of flights that, like this, for example. Like, so, if we go here to, like this map, flights from, like, central USA or something, we should be able to go, like, straight over the north and come right in here to, like, Russia or Asia or so forth. But the thing is, they'll make you take this plane and it'll come around like this to go here.
To make it seem like a globe.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, it could have shaven off like so many hours just by making that straight line. But no, they're going to do this like round path all around it. Same thing. As you can see here, all these flights, they're going from east to west or west to east. None of them are really going north to south.
Same with shipping.
Yeah, same with the shipping. The shipping ones up here. I don't know if he shows. Oh yeah, he does. The whole shipping map. It's like the same as the planes. No ships or, nothing's above. This is probably like the most northern ship here. It's not even any higher than, or any north than Greenland. But when we see all these maps, Hyperborea is literally like right up here. Would be just outside of these guys' view. But of course in the south, it's the same thing though. They're always going east to west and so forth. We do have this ship like down here in Antarctica messing around. Looks like maybe even right over here as well. But they're clearly sending ships that'll touch Antarctica. or go to Antarctica, but up here, no, there's nothing at all. It's because, Antarctica is what surrounds us, so, the ships, they're going in the circle, the same thing as the airplanes, just going around in the circle. Either which way you want to go. I find it pretty interesting, these little diagrams here on the bottom. It's showing how the solstices work as well.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff with maps, especially these old ones that are depicting, Hyperborea and so forth. All kinds of different maps. All kinds of different animals will be depicted. Look, we got griffins and unicorns and goats. It's an interesting one I didn't see. But yeah, look, we even got land up north here, land in the south here. This is a completely different map. It's just interesting because if you try to type in like maps that show Hyperborea, it's not really going to show too many different ones. But when you type in the actual names, like then it starts bringing up all these different maps that will depict it.
That one shows California not attached to the United States.
Yeah.
That's weird.
It's even called California. Insula California.
In what year?
What is this? It doesn't say.
I don't know much about it, but I have heard a little bit about Tartaria, and maybe Tartaria ruled the earth at that point.
Yeah.
The queen terrible here. There must be people that don't have their microphones muted, so please check that. Make sure your microphone's muted if you're not the one speaking. Thanks.
So yeah, Tartaria. It actually was in the north where Russia is. Let's see if I can pull that up. So I know there's a lot of maps that'll depict it, like where Russia is today. Like I think this one is going to be where Russia is today. And some of the names of the cities and towns are even going to be the same still today. I know when so we got Grand Tartaria, right where Russia should be or used to be, and China's down here, India, and so forth. But yeah, Grand Tartary, I think. Siberian Empire, interesting. Groenland is what Greenland used to be called. Yeah, actually, my lunch break has a lot of interesting videos about Tartaria. My lunch break, John Levy, There's actually a bunch of different channels on YouTube that talk about it a lot. But, you know, they had their country, or what represented them was like a griffin, supposedly, like the symbol of a griffin. And then Russia's flag is actually a horse, like trampling a griffin, showing like, hey, they're the ones that conquered this great nation.
And even stabbing it.
Yeah, even stabbing it, yeah. My lunch break has some pretty interesting stuff. And that's where, you know, all this architecture and buildings styles, you know, that's what they're depicting it may come from. And because it's always the same architecture all across the earth, no matter where you go. You know, all of our U.S. Capitol buildings, it's the same thing, you know, all across the earth. You know, India, Russia, no matter where you go, they're going to have these same style, you know, buildings. Even the Great Wall of China right here, you know, it's, as we could see, you know, it's got these arches and like Tartarian, like. It's always going to be these Romanesque, you know, columns. These buildings with just these huge domes and windows and so forth all over it. Really fascinating stuff, honestly. Actually, I might throw on a video. Let me find a.
Yeah, and I've said on other previous calls that these cathedrals track the sun
Yeah.
on the straight line.
Yeah, exactly. They track. Here, let me just go to YouTube. Yeah, they're tracking the sun for that straight line sunbeam or a straight line shadow. Oh, look, they've got he actually just made a new one here. Funny. So it's my lunch break here on YouTube. He's got some really amazing videos. I was kind of hoping to show a shorter one. But yeah, you know, all these different buildings in the U.S. Here's that one about the necropolis, was under the Vatican. Let me hear. This one might be a good one.
What I'm about to show you blew my mind. And it's my own personal opinion. You do not have to believe what I am about to show you. You can comment below all of your comments, and that is perfectly okay. I could be totally wrong, but I'm about to show you something pretty cool that I am interested in, and I thought was awesome. Welcome to episode 19 of my lunch break. Alright, now let's get into this. This first picture is a building that was in the World's Fair in Philadelphia. They had it open in the 1800s. You guys can look up the year that the Philadelphia World's Fair is. You know that I'm not lying. This is the 1800s. They said it was a half a mile long, this building. A half a mile long in the 1800s. What is going on here? Now remember, this is before power tools were created. They didn't have cranes or all that. So the first power tool was created in 1895. Okay, so this is pre-power tools. They built a half-mile long building. Now, the best part about it is that they tore it down. It's a horrible part about it, but the best part about it is that they tore it down, meaning that I'm guessing, in my own opinion, you don't have to believe me, but my guess is that this was here before, and they had to make a reason to tear it all down. And I think this was what all the World's Fairs were. Now, let's go on to the next picture. This is the Mark Hopkins Mansion in San Francisco, California. I'm sorry, but I thought that we were not building things like this in California. I thought we didn't go there until 1850. So what is this incredible mansion doing in San Francisco, California? What is going on? Okay, let's go to the next picture. The Cathedral of St. Paul. I'm sorry, but have you seen these cathedrals around the world? They're incredible. The architecture are things that we don't do today. And if you don't believe me, go look at the Notre Dame Cathedral in Europe that was burned on fire, and they're still trying to repair it. Okay, so look at that thing. Look at this thing. It's incredible. I mean, in Minnesota, what is going on here? This is United States of America. Why are we building? I thought this stuff was only in Europe. Next picture. What is this? This looks like ancient Greece. In America? What's going on? This was in Chicago in the 1800s. Okay. Look at the pillars on that thing. Incredible. The architecture and the stonework with no tools. They're telling us this is a chisel. You are telling me that you can hire a bunch of people and they can go chisel this stuff? I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. I don't care who you hire. You can hire 1 million people. I don't care how many people you hire. This is incredible work. What are they going to do? How are they going to carry all this stuff? And why is it destroyed? Why did they destroy all this stuff? You have to ask these questions at least. I mean, what in the world? That is incredible. Look at all that stuff. It's incredible. The pillars, I mean, what is this? Why did they do this? Why did they build this in the first place? A World's Fair? And then to knock it down, I mean, it's incredible. What does it even say on there? It says a bunch of stuff engraved into it. Ugh, right by the water like that? Incredible. Alright, let's go to the next picture. The Tower of Jewels. This is in America, people. What is going on here? This is pre-tools. Look at how small the people are. I mean, amazing. That doesn't look like anything we build today. Come on, if somebody built that today in America or anywhere, if somebody started building this, I think people would be incredibly impressed. We don't build like this at all. We haven't built like this for years, hundreds of years. What is this? Look at this thing. Look at that. Unbelievable. I mean, pillars up at the top of it with no cranes, remember, guys. No cranes. They didn't have a crane. No crane. How are they getting up there? They can't carry that stuff up there. Come on. I mean, well, you got a ladder, you're gonna carry it. Look how little the people are. Look at that. Come on. Alright, let's go to the next picture. This is St. Francis Xavier College Church. Amazing. These churches are not from... We don't build like this. We don't build like this. Remember, these are my opinions. You guys could think what you want. You think we build like this? Then so be it. But we don't. There's no way. We don't build like this. These are incredible. Look at the circular windows in the middle there. Look at that. Unbelievable. I know, we all talk about the pyramids and stuff, but why not the stuff that's sitting right in front of us? Our buildings today are garbage. We build box garbage buildings, and they last 100 years and they're gone. This is in pristine condition after hundreds of years, I'm sure. This is way older than they're saying. Look at that thing. Let's go to the next picture. Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay. Holy cow. Look at that. Look at that. Unbelievable. With the mountains in the background. So cool. Look at that. It looks like a castle. It looks like a castle. Not a county building. Who builds their county building like this? Nobody's building their county building like this. Go to your local county building. We don't build like that. We don't. I don't care what it is. But why are they saying that they built this for their county building? Man, amazing. It looks like a castle. It looks like an ancient castle. Alright, let's go to the next picture. Okay, this is Chicago in 1893. What year did I say that the power tools were created? 1895. So we built this, supposedly, 2 years before the power tool. Okay? What the heck? What the heck? And what are we building it for? Why? And it's all knocked down now? None of the bits there. Maybe what do they have? The Field Museum, Soldier Field with the pillars. They do have some things that are still like that, but not all of this. This is incredible. We don't build like this. This is unbelievable. In Chicago, Illinois, in 1893. Guys, what is going on? This is America? Alright, let's go to the next picture. What do you see? Well, I see a mountain. I don't know about that, but that's America? I don't know what that is. Let's go to the next picture. St. Louis, Missouri. 1904. So it looks like Chicago. It looks like it's the same builders. Yeah, it looks a lot different than today. It looks like garbage today. We don't build like that, guys. Look at that. The fountains and all the pillars. Oh, incredible. There was other types of builders building at this time period, that's for sure. There's no way. I can't say it enough. Do we build like this? I don't know. I don't think so. I've not seen it. Nothing in my town looks like that. Let's go to the next picture. Another one from St. Louis. Look at this. Wow. Incredible. Alright, next picture. Oh, okay. This is in Cincinnati, Ohio. You can see that they've covered up incredible stonework with just brick. And the brick's falling apart. And the original is actually still intact perfectly. It's because we don't build like that anymore. They knew how to build incredibly well, it looks like, in my opinion. And they had, some sort of technology that they were able to, easily inscribe into this stone. The only way we can do that today is by molding. And they tell us that they didn't have molding back then. So, what is this? Unbelievable. Alright. Oh, let's go to the next picture. U.S. Capitol building. Wow. So it looks like they've got some sort of underground. Well, that would shock me. But it is crazy that it's built before. Look at that. Look at the pillars up top, too. Now, it looks like they do have underground stuff, which that is, like, I'm sure they do to hide people, but, or building. They don't want people to know where they are, you know. But still, like, who built the pillars underground? Or maybe did they fill it in? Or yeah, they must have filled it in, but wow, they did that? They were able to do that? I mean, that building is just like everything else we've looked at. The pillars and the dome top. All the Capitol buildings do look like that. They all look the same, like the same builder, and we don't build like that anymore. Alright, let's go to the next building. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at them. I want to know who did that. I would love to have watched somebody do that. Nobody does this anymore. Nobody. This is crazy. This is so cool. We don't... I'm going to say it again. I'm probably annoying you guys, but I don't care. It's my own video, right? Look at that. Look at the circles and the arches and the perfect patterns. I don't even think I could draw like that if you gave me a million years to draw like that. Unbelievable. Into like, what is this? Like stone or some sort of amazing. I mean, maybe it's metal. I don't know. Wow. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh, okay. This is what, the Statue of Liberty. Okay, so it's sitting on like a star. Interesting. Okay, so in the middle of the water, they go out there and build a star. Okay, in 1930. That makes sense. Okay, next picture. Next picture. Okay, oh, it's the same building. Oh, look at that. There's a hole in the ground. 1903. Still there. Same building in the background. This is, what do they have, a subway back then? But they didn't have subways back then, so what is this hole doing in the ground? Alright, next picture. Okay, we're all done. But if you guys want me to do any other country, just let me know. I got all kinds of cool pictures. If you want me to do a different country, put it in the comments. I will do another country if you're interested. Hit the subscribe button, the like button if you want, and we could do this again. But
yeah, so as you can see, there's a lot of stuff going on that they don't like telling us about. That was one of his older videos, so but a lot of his newer videos, he goes into the details. He'll show you, you know, the different sources online and what they'll say about certain things. You know, it's pretty amazing, actually. Does anybody have any questions or find anything interesting about any of these videos?
I just think that if we are in Hasatan's little season, it makes perfect sense why they are destroying these buildings and did destroy these buildings.
Yeah, exactly. And did you notice how that one, they like re-facaded it? You know, they had that red brick on the outside of it.
Yeah.
I've noticed that happens a lot as well.
Yeah. I heard that with us. So our our frequency resonates, you know, on different hertz, and I'm probably not even saying the wording correctly, but with the boxes that we live in now are very cold, and the type of materials that we use for our buildings now also almost kind of like trap, like we were talking about in other conversations that we've had. They trap and let in other frequencies that hurt us. Even with music, they play things at like, I think it was like 44 hertz, and that's a signal that is if you look at it on water, it doesn't make any kind of pattern versus what it's supposed to be on. I don't know if anybody else has heard that.
The vibrations, kind of like you know, if you put sand on a little platform above the speaker, it'll play those different vibrations and so forth at different frequencies.
Yes. It does that on water as well. Like snowflakes. When you freeze the water and there's a beautiful, if you talk nicely to it, it'll freeze and it'll form a beautiful pattern. If you speak hate to it, I mean, it won't even make a pattern. It'll just be like a blotch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, water. I think that's what those the windows were shaped those specific ways as well, like on the different cathedrals and churches. And I and it'll match some of these, you know, frequency patterns that are shown, you know, like in water and snowflakes and so forth. I find it pretty fascinating, honestly.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it, in school, we don't learn anything about how to keep ourselves healthy. We don't learn about what foods help us, what minerals help us, what you know, you could drink water all day long, but still be dehydrated if you're not getting the correct minerals in your body. I know we've talked about this many times before, but it just, to me, it's fascinating that you don't ever learn that in school. You don't learn about, you know, I mean, we've all learned about vitamin C, but that's, you know, the Flintstones that they, you know, I used to have chewable Flintstones that I ate when I was younger because my mom was like, it's going to make you feel better. It didn't make me feel better.
Yeah, exactly. I think they do that on purpose, you know. You know, they don't teach us really any survival skills or how to, you know, grow things or, you know, be self-sufficient. They don't teach any of that. They teach you how to do all this nonsense and, you know, follow the leader, basically. Follow and obey.
Yeah, they don't even teach us about taxes, just that you have to pay them.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So yeah, definitely things are not what they tell us. They're not what they seem. But they want to play it off as otherwise. Definitely interesting stuff.
It does make me wonder about the whole, you know, global warming theory. I do wonder if the ice is melting around the ring.
Hmm. Yeah,
Y-
I've also heard it's kind of a made up theory as well. But yeah, it
Well,
could be
right.
that.
They've also been talking about the poles shifting, and they do even have studies that show
that, I mean, it's very, very, very slowly, but they have been moving.
Yeah, the pole shift or whatever they call it.
Yeah. And we know it's not the tilt of the world, you know, or whatever, like the axial tilt, what they like to say. But we know that there's always a little bit of truth to their lies, or else, you know, why lie?
Yeah.
Yeah, that architecture that you just shared in the group, um, that's the Pythagorean theorem, with the perfect 3, 6, 9, 12, I believe is like the pattern.
Yeah, the Fibonacci sequence is also
Fibonacci, thank you. Is that the same thing as pi?
yeah,
I
exactly.
always get, is it? Okay. I always get those two. Like science was not my strong suit.
Yeah, no, same here. Yeah, it's the Fibonacci sequence. Yeah, and almost everything in nature has that same pattern. Pretty amazing.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the bees with their honeycomb. The beautiful like hexagonal, which it does make me wonder if the firmament has that like hexagonal, almost like he describes it as like a like a crystal almost, right? So I just picture like a big like I'm getting myself all mixed up now with my words, but like a crystalline dome. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah. It's actually what it says in scriptures, crystalline.
Which in some of these football fields, they have that same exact pattern, which makes you wonder where they stole it from.
Yeah, interesting. Satan can only imitate, he can't create. That's the whole thing.
And it also kind of looks like that sphere in Las Vegas. Has anybody seen that?
Oh yeah, I've seen it, the Las Vegas sphere. Yeah.
That thing is trippy.
There's a so there's that trip to like Antarctica or whatever, and there's a lot of people debunking it. But basically they're showing how, that Las Vegas sphere, they have stages where can be set up just like how that thing works. And that's how some are presenting, how that trip to Antarctica with these flat earthers and so forth went, is they were staging this 24-hour sun with one of those screens.
Right, which just makes me so mad because it actually even proves it even further. The
Yeah.
24-hour sun. It proves it
Yeah,
even more.
yeah,
And I think
exactly.
Founded Earth Bros had proved that as well. So I really think that guy wasn't even a true flat earther. I mean, because I can't say it enough. Once you figure out the true shape of the realm that we live in, you don't go back to believing you live on a globe.
Yeah, exactly. It was all just it was a setup basically.
Psyop, yeah.
Make everybody look bad. To turn everybody away from, biblical cosmology.
But actually, there's quite a lot of Torah people that don't believe in biblical cosmology.
Yeah, I know, it's strange. There's a guy going around Facebook, just bashing biblical cosmology after that, fake Antarctica experiment. And he's like, see, 24-hour sun means we live on a ball. It's like, no, we don't see a curve. We see things further than we should. There's like thousands of other proofs of evidence that would show otherwise.
Yep. A good point somebody made about the moon. If the moon is also, they say the moon is also rotating as the Earth is spinning. It's on its own orbit, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that we don't ever see any other like side of the moon if it is actual, a hard rock that you can land on? Why do you only ever see one face? But that is, that image does rotate, but you don't see any other image. Just like, if we're going through space, why aren't we ever getting any kind of different stars? Why are they that you can recount them and you can track them? If you're spinning through space infinitely, you're not going to be coming across the same stars. You're not going to be coming across the same picture on the moon either.
Yeah, exactly. And I was watching a video. It shows actually the sun, kind of it rotates like the moon does as well. Like, 'cause you know how it'll like the image on the moon, it'll kind of rotate.
Yeah,
And
but it'll still stay the same image though. It's just going
yeah,
around in a circle.
like apparently the sun does the same thing because the sunspots on the sun. I shared a video the other day with it. I forget where I shared it. I might have shared it in the chat. But it basically shows, the sun rotates the same exact kind of way because these
Oh, I didn't know that.
sunspots also rotate around like the moon does, which is interesting. And I think, that these quote unquote sunspots may be the same type of things going on as, these quote unquote craters on the moon. I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't somebody mention on here, I can't remember when it was, but that the craters were indications of where the angels fell? I mean, because obviously they're not asteroids, right? I mean, or anything like that, but um I don't remember who said that.
I think that was it wasn't for the moon ones, but it was for the like the ones here on Earth.
Oh,
Because
right,
there's
like the geysers or something like that,
yeah,
or where they say that asteroids hit, but yet it looks like something hit for sure, but the rock just mysteriously disappeared.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Like all these craters, there's like 100. I think there's 199 of them or something around the Earth. And there's 200 fallen angels.
Well, and that would make sense if, Gadriel, if he was one of those that didn't actually partake in mating with women, so he didn't get bound like the other ones did. Instead he was put over
Yeah,
the
yeah, interesting.
spirits. Yeah, I mean, like you said, 199 of those craters. Well, we know that 200 fell.
I
So,
didn't think about it like that. Yeah, that picture the brother shared in chat, the day the stars fell to the earth.
yeah.
There's also a video that was talking about um it was talking about how the sun and the moon didn't shine for like a year or almost 2 years. I think it was in like 600 AD or something like that. But it's basically talking about how, the sun and the moon didn't shine for almost 2 years. There was like pestilence and disease going around. And there
Yeah,
was
they
like,
blamed that on a volcano or something, didn't they?
yeah, they were saying how like a volcano could have erupted or even several could have erupted. Um, yeah, I found it pretty interesting though. And there were some videos talking about, firsthand accounts where they were reading the basically the journals of the people who were survived or who lived at that time. And they were kind of talking about how, the pestilence was going around and people were thinking, the sun and the moon wouldn't ever shine again. And then we have that event where, 1833, where the day the stars fell from the heavens. Just more things that make you think like, yeah, like we could absolutely definitely be in Satan's little season.
All of their scientific theories trying to disprove everything that is biblical. I mean, I don't know about you. I have seen like what haze can do from a volcano. But to cause that much haze, is that even possible?
Yeah, that's a good question, truly. Is it even possible?
I mean, yesterday was very beautiful and clear here in Missouri. And when I was taking my kids to school, I'm not even kidding, I saw 7 jet streams of them just putting gunk in our sky, almost like they just couldn't wait to mark it up.
Oh yeah, it's like that here constantly. They're doing like the checkerboard patterns in the sky, bunch of chemtrails, bunch of like just nasty in the air. And you could tell like when the clouds come in afterwards, they're all like flat clouds.
Yeah, they're not natural.
Yeah.
Not big and puffy like marshmallows like they're supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. No marshmallow clouds. But yeah, and it's like, what's going on in California right now as well. These huge fires that are happening, just like what happened in Hawaii and Lahaina.
Yeah, there's been some people speaking out and saying that most of all these celebrity houses that are getting burned up were all on Diddy's list, and anything that might have been court appointed to go and search their homes is now all burned down to the ground.
Wow, interesting.
And the trees around their houses also conveniently did not catch fire,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
just weird.
There's a guy pointing that out. He's like, look there's all these leaves and little tiny branches and stuff, basically kindling, and it's not even touched. But the house whose yard it's in is just completely burned to the ground in ash. You got some cars on the street that are just, burnt, melted. You got the metal flowing in rivers because it's been melted. Then the car like 10 feet in front of it is just perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with it. It has smart meters. And they had this plan, I guess. They were talking about turning that exact area into like some new smart city as well.
Yeah, by like 2028 or something, I think is what some guy said last year.
Yeah.
And there was a guy a few months ago that people were making fun of. He was all over like Instagram Reels and Facebook Reels, but he was literally telling people to evacuate from the state of California. I don't know who the guy was. He wasn't even from California, but he was like going and preaching in the streets, telling everybody to repent and get out of California because it was going to be judged.
Wow. Yeah, the interesting thing about that is that I forget what they're called, the Oscar Grammys or whatever, like the Oscars or Grammys or whatever it was. It
Yeah,
happened like a few days before that, and they were
a day
literally
before, I
mocking
think.
Yahuwah.
Yep. When they had the
Sorry, I
VMAs.
lost connection. I don't know if you heard me.
Yes, I did. The VMAs a couple years ago, which was in January, I think. That night, the day after that was when that horrible earthquake happened in Turkey.
Sorry, I keep losing connection. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us? Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I lost connection for some reason on my phone. Sorry.
You're good. Did you hear what I said? What happened a couple years ago?
uh, was it the guy telling everybody to get out of California?
No. Well, yes, but then after that, I said that a couple years ago after the VMAs, where Sam Smith dressed like a devil, like twerking on the stage and everything. That the day after that is when that huge earthquake hit Turkey. Almost like it was like a ritual. It was odd.
Yeah, because they had the Grammys or the Oscars or whatever it was, like 3 days before the fires, and they were mocking Yahuwah literally there, and then bam, gets burnt down.
Yeah.
So even if it's from the enemy, Yahuwah still uses the enemy to do his will as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're definitely doing something sneaky. They're trying to take everyone's attention away from things and like focus it in different areas. And I think something big they have planned is probably going to pop off soon, because they got Trump in office and all that. They had that whole plan where Trump's talking about Canada becoming another state of America, and even Greenland as well.
Yeah, I saw
Just
that. That's odd, right?
I haven't watched
Sounds
this
like a
video.
UN agenda.
Yeah, yeah, truly, that's what it is. There was like a video of a guy going around in Canada, and he was asking the citizens. He's like, "Hey, would you guys want to become the 51st state of America?" A lot of them said like, "Heck yeah, buy Canada." A lot of them were saying no as well. I just found it interesting.
I heard that it's very hard for people in Canada to get anything holistic.
It may be because they have that like free healthcare.
Right. So Jeremy, I did have a question.
Yeah.
So Daniel's King Nebuchadnezzar's dream about the statue of himself, the head of gold, the chest of, what was it, bronze, the thighs and legs of iron, right? Those were the gold,
Yeah.
bronze, iron. Um my mom and I have a dear brother in the faith named James, and we were talking to him a little bit about, pre and post millennial reign, and how we've seen a lot of evidence that proves we could possibly be in Hasatan's little season. And he kind of had an issue with the fact that, where does that leave us? And I know that, again, church indoctrination has always taught that we were pre-millennial. So he was talking about how he thought that pre-millennial was that big fiery ball that destroys the feet and destroys the whole entire statue. I always assumed that that was the day of judgment, when everything does come to an end. Like, that's like the end of all ages, right? Or, I think of like the mixing of the iron and the clay. I look at that as the dispersion of, truth and error.
Yeah.
So do you think that that statute is like that judgment, like that fiery judgment that's destroyed the statute? Is that depicting pre or post millennial?
That's a good question, honestly. Because I believe he's the rock that comes and smashes it all down. And it's supposed to represent all the kingdoms of the earth.
Right, all the
So
generations, all the ages coming to an end. Right?
Yeah. So, I mean, that could be, when Judgment Day happens. Like, that's when they're all finally going to be crushed and put to an end.
Because in church, they always taught us we were like in the toes or something like that.
Yeah. Which, because the feet are mixed with iron and clay.
Right. And to me, that just, again, that to me indicates Hasatan's little season, because there's so much truth mixed in with error, more than ever before.
Yeah. It's truth with error. It's literally mixing iron and clay, with man and machine. It's Rome and Babylon mixing basically as well, because we had this Roman, Babylonian, Egyptian system where it's all just mixed into one now. Yeah, very interesting stuff. Because we got Roman laws, we have Babylonian cities, and we have Egyptian obelisks and pyramids all over the place.
Yeah, there's so many mixing of all different cultures, and the whole coexist stuff they're trying to push right now.
Yeah.
Anything goes, do what thou wilt.
Yeah, everyone worships the same God, like, etc. Yeah, it's really it's a bunch of nonsense, and it's what they've been working on doing for generations. Satan's had this in his plan for generations. Yeah, that's why I feel, time is very short, especially right now. The signs are there. There's not a lot of time left until, Judgment Day, final Judgment Day.
I think that for the most part, everybody worships the God of the world, of this world. I have an elder friend who called me up the other day and he says, "Did you know the Pope said that they worship Lucifer?" And I thought, yeah, they got it out. They finally acknowledged the whole big picture for people, but the God
Yeah.
of this world did. I think that in the what is it? In one of the documents, maybe the Bill of Rights or one of the documents for the beginning of the United States of America, the governor of the world is at the is at the bottom as the one that is to be worshipped, and that is the Pope. And in 1896, the Pope, after the Congress, after the Chicago World's Fair, and before that, they had several Sabbath keeping, especially A.T. Jones, was warning the Congress. He was an attorney or a lawyer or something. He went in several years in a row and warned them that if they made a Sunday law for the Chicago World's Fair, it'll be the beginning of the end for the freedom in this country. And he was right. And in 1896, the constituents of the Roman Catholic Church were told that they could uphold the Constitution now. They couldn't before, but they could now because of the Sunday law. Just fascinating stuff. And then we're watching in 100 years and 120, what's that, 3 generations. Things are where they are.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
And so much is being exposed these days.
Yeah, that's true.
And then I wonder how much the truth is, quotes, truth from the Nephilim side of the picture, which I recently learned about, what Nephilim means and all that, and or from our Father's side of the picture. And I guess the only way we learn that is developing discernment.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they can, with quotes, what's true, you can take that information and you can put different slants on it.
Yeah, I keep thinking about the part where it says that he's going to gather the nations to make war with the camp of the saints, on that day right before, or that time right before New Jerusalem comes down, and Yah destroys them. It makes, and we were talking about Hyperborea, or the Arctic area, and it really makes me wonder, like, the fact that nobody can go there yet, but what they're trying to do with the Hadron Collider, I mean, they are gearing up for battle. I mean, why else do you have all these armies that, literally they tell you do as you're told? Like, you get orders, you don't stray from those orders.
Yeah, exactly.
We already have that hive mindset to just do what we're told.
Yeah.
And no questioning those orders.
Yep.
And then they try to picture our Creator, our loving Heavenly Father, as having the same kind of spirit as that.
Yeah, it's Satan. He's twisting everything. And, he tries to blame the Father for all these things. And so he can trick us into blaming the Father as well, when it's really all his fault. And it's our own faults as well for not obeying the commandments, for breaking the Torah, being disobedient. You know, a lot of people, they're like, oh, well, you know, if he was real, well, why does he allow sickness and death? Well, it's like he gave us specific instructions that we're supposed to follow. And if we don't follow these things, what happens? Well, sickness and death come. So you wonder why sickness and death is here? It's our own faults. If we turn to his word and we follow him, these things will start going away.
Yeah,
Because
like, sorry.
no, go ahead. Yeah.
No, my husband and I mean, we just did a simple change and we um, stopped getting as much junk food. We stopped eating pork, and that alone, I mean, my husband and I, we're in our early 30s now, and we feel better now than we did in our 20s,
Yeah, exactly.
just with that change.
And it just that says a lot because you know they are poisoning the food and the water and the air. You know, oh, pork's okay, go ahead and eat it. You know, shellfish, don't worry about it, go ahead and eat it all. And all this stuff's really bad. And they literally add like pork product to everything. It's in everything.
I know, you have to be so careful.
Yeah, even if you lick the envelopes or the stamps.
Yeah, it's like pork product.
Nuh-uh.
Unless they changed it, I think the Jews really went after
Oh my
them on
God.
that. But yeah, yeah. So I know people that use a sponge.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I will be using a sponge from now on. I didn't know that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they put it in everything.
Somebody told me years ago that that all you have to do is put a piece of pig on your tongue and it makes your brain waves it makes you dumb. And that he said something about the Chinese would rule the world if they weren't eating pork.
Yeah,
Because
I
they're
think they
pretty
got it
intelligent, you know, the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Asians. They have a high intelligence, but the enemy of
yeah,
souls has gotten them deceived into eating things that will keep them not so smart.
yeah, the unclean, everything unclean actually.
Quite literally, they eat pretty much anything.
Yeah, from bugs to cats to pigs.
Mice.
Yeah, shellfish, mice, yeah, rats, bats. Wow, that's when you think about it, it's like, wow, no wonder they eat all these unclean things. And they become so far away from Yahuwah, so far detached, they don't know what's even going on. They're worshiping and bowing down to these principalities and spirits. It's crazy. It's just the whole spider web of deception, and it all goes right back to Satan, right at the middle.
But they do read the correct way. They do read right to left instead of left to right.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of it's Chinese or Japanese, one of those two languages have a lot of the Paleo Hebrew symbols in it as well.
Yeah.
And a lot of their writings is actually like, you know, just symbols of like Paleo Hebrew was, it just symbols describing, you know, certain words and certain letters and so forth. Pretty interesting stuff. And yeah, you know, China, they're a large country, but they're all communist now. They're under, you know, a communist regime and a tyrannical leader. They have a tyrannical leader at that, so it's even makes it even worse, you know. Same thing with like North Korea and so forth. You know, all these tyrannical, you know, controlling leaders over these people. Then we got Russia up there. They took over Tartaria. We got us over here who took over, you know, the land of the plumed serpent. Because America was discovered a lot longer ago than just 1492. Like Christopher Columbus wasn't the first to discover America. And actually, if you're reading through like the books about Solomon and so forth, talks about how, you know, he he sent ships to the lands that were far west, and that's where they got a bunch of copper and so forth. And America is full of copper. So I believe, you know, they were sending ships here since Solomon's time to gather resources. They already knew about this land. Now, this is probably how the Native Americans got here as well and so forth. Like they knew about all these lands way back then.
Well, yeah, I mean, this land had to have been given to one of Noah's sons.
Oh yeah.
So do you think we inherited lies?
Oh yeah, 100%. You know, they've lied about our history, they've lied about our timeline, they lie about where we live, they lie
They
about
lie
our
about
food.
the hours and the minutes
Yeah,
of the day. I mean,
everything, literally.
When the year begins, when the day begins. And it doesn't matter. I
Yep.
mean, you can have, I don't know how many people reading the same Bible, and well, everybody knows the day begins in the evening. And then when a father teaches
Yeah,
you yourself, it's like, nope, that's not actually what it says.
exactly. Exactly. You know, when you study that out even further, you see that all that came from Babylon. You know, starting the day in the evening, it came from Babylon. There's some rabbinical writings, and they speak about how they change it to starting in the evening because, oh, you know, they just know best. Of
Right,
course,
they're
the rabbis.
guarding the Sabbath day, right?
Oh yeah, because they know best. Yeah.
Hey, they know better than, I mean, I read one of their things where they were claiming that if the rabbis made a decision and God didn't agree, God would bow to them.
Yeah,
I'm like,
exactly.
wow.
They say nasty stuff like that.
Talk about a
I do.
narcissist, right?
Yeah, it's they're crazy. They literally put themselves above like the word of Yah. And they say, you know, our writings are, you know, infallible. You can only understand, you know, the Bible from our writing.
Oh, and the Pope got that attitude from them, huh?
Oh yeah, so the Pope being a Jesuit, and Jesuit being a let's see how do I say this. So
Jew/Catholic,
yeah, exactly. Just a Jew
mixture of
pretending
both.
to exactly. And now that they have a Jesuit Pope in office who's changing all these things, you know, they're opening secret doors and so forth. And even some stuff about that was kind of strange. Like there was some video showing, you know, because these doors or portals that they're supposedly opening and haven't been opened for hundreds of years. They already got camera crews and men sitting in them, so clearly they've had access to them because they don't have you know, a drone camera that's flying in there, waiting and hovering for the last 100 years for the Pope to come and open the door. That was already in there. And then the dudes that opened the door, they had these weird like statures to them, like, and their faces were kind of strange, like not. They were featureless faces basically. And there was a video on YouTube breaking it down, and they zoomed in really close to those two dudes who were opening the door for the Pope. And also the terrified look on his face when he was in there, or they open the door and he's just like sitting there like a deer in the headlights. He just looked like terrified. Like he knows what they were doing is absolutely bad and evil. Like I don't know exactly what they were doing by opening these doors or portals. Or perhaps I do, because they're trying to lift that veil. They're trying to summon these unclean spirits, even more so than they already are. The same thing with CERN, the Hadron Collider, and so forth. It's all about opening these portals and gateways to they're just spiritual dimensions, the spiritual realm.
Well, yeah, we're literally messing with things we don't fully comprehend. These are teachings from the Watchers, and um, it makes me think of when they were building the tower, right? Yah said to his angels that if they continued with this thing, that they would accomplish with what their goal was. I mean, for Yah himself to say that is not that they would have overtaken heaven or anything like that, but that they would have reached it, right?
Yeah.
So, with what we're messing with again, what was will be again. There are things that we don't understand, at least not to the capacity that the ones that are deceiving us do. They want to take as many down with them as possible.
Yeah, and I think that's why they think they can win. Is because they're trying to build this way up to heaven, and Satan proclaiming himself as God, even though he's not. But these people all see him as one.
Yeah,
And
and we're all coming to a one world language again. The English language is pretty much known everywhere. And if they don't understand it, you at least have a translator. We can understand each other again. There is no uh, 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 border of understanding anymore. We can understand each other through translators, translation, anything like that. There's no more confusion on understanding.
yeah, they even have, AI translators that will translate in real time. Like if you have like a Bluetooth earpiece or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. And confound it whenever it's truth. They just put a little spin on it, or they give you a
Yeah,
reference that you go and you read the reference and it doesn't say what they're claiming it says, and stuff like that. They don't care.
exactly. Exactly. It's the language of confusion. And then it becomes that whole, Yahuwah separated the languages so we couldn't come together like that. But now they're trying to reverse all that. So now we can, no matter what language anyone speaks, we can all communicate with each other. And they're trying to build, like a spiritual Tower of Babel, I guess, so to say, to reach up to the heavens. And it gives them that confidence that, oh, we're going to win this. I don't care what people says, but we're going to win it. And it's that, like we were saying before, Satan lies so much that he starts believing his own lie that he can win. He really can't.
Which is crazy because I believe he knows the Bible better than we could ever, or not ever, but he knows what's written.
Oh yeah, he knows exactly what's written. He knows the calendar. He knows all of that.
Right.
But he
Right.
twists.
So he's really good at twisting things just a little bit too, because he knows better, and he knows all the arguments that people will have to get it to get around things. And so he's got all of these angles he thought through about how people were going to think about things. I don't know. I think that the only way that we can get through it is discernment from our Father.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody was sending me information a few months ago about that bad God, Yahweh. And there are in Roman Catholic churches, there's a YAHUAH, and I don't remember exactly what year, but the Pope said that nobody could use that name. And it seems like Yahweh was Jupiter, and the temple, the way that they said it and everything, that it was the temple to Jupiter Capitolinus, that's how you said his name, was Yahweh. And some of the things that the information that's coming around, it's like, well, was the father's name YAHUAH, and Satan like did an identity theft, and so he's doing all of this stuff with the name and making people think that he's accusing him of being things that he's not. Anyway, those are thoughts that I've been praying about and looking at.
And yeah, so that's why, when I first came to the truth, walking the way, I found out his pronunciation of his name is actually Yahuwah, and it's not Yahweh. But it's not about pronunciations, really. It's just about foundation. But I have also been noticing, a lot of these doctrines going around talking about how, oh, Yahweh's this bad God, or some Canaanite God, or Egyptian God, and so forth and so on. But it's all in an attempt to discredit the name of Yah. That's what all that is.
Right, and I tried to reason this with this man who was sending me all this information, and I finally just stopped responding because it was getting from bad to worse, and then he was sending me Gnostic information and all that, and it's like, can't you see the spirit of it's different?
Yeah, and that's what pushes out a lot, is that Gnostic New Age movement as well. It's creeping in everywhere. That Gnostic New Age, the kingdom's inside us, and we're all gods, and we could be our own god, and they try to throw in the Bible and things in there with that, but it doesn't mix, and it's always it is this bad spirit that's about these different people that always believe that. Because when you try to share with them, sources and actual true information, they want to reject it. And then they get really foul, like bad attitudes about it as well. Like they can't just have a discussion about it. They always get like heated,
Right. Yeah. The new age right now is really bad. It's, I mean, for the most part, they recognize that we have been lied to, and they do recognize that, you know, church, organized religion is meant to put there to control you. And they're not wrong on that aspect, just on the aspect of, there's organized religion. That's because they don't want us to study the word for ourselves. They want us to have a mediator, right? Like a preacher or a pastor or a pope, thinking that we need a mediator here on earth to go to understand Yah, and we know that's not how it works. But that's that organized religion, and that's what they can't differentiate from.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was the whole plan of Satan too, is just, infiltrate the churches and put,
Yeah,
that very thought in there, so it will turn people away because of, that exact thinking.
yeah,
Right. Back in the 90s with the what's the name, that David Koresh thing, and they went in
Yeah.
and they destroyed all these Sabbath keepers. and I think part of it was simply to put the public on notice. You do not want to be part of a group that we don't approve. And then they went and did that with that guy up in now what was his name? He was a Sabbath keeper, and they shot his wife. And remember that guy? I don't remember his name right now.
There's been quite a few of those cases actually, and they play them off as these crazy cult people.
Right, to get them scared of people like us, right?
Yeah.
Man,
that's
if
what
you
they
study
do.
that Bible for yourself, you're going to get taken down the wrong way. You got to go to a church and be a member of a church.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got to pay your 10% tithe to the church.
Yeah, the law's done away with it.
Right. Never
Right.
mind taking care of the poor, the widow, the fatherless, and the stranger, and keeping them from having to bow to the government to get assistance. Never mind all that.
Yeah, it's literally all part of the plan. And you know, I think I say it almost every discussion we have. It's it's that giant satanic web of lies. And you know, all these different deceptions, so forth, and all over it. So right at the very center, it always takes them.
You know, I remember going through one morning years ago after, you know, while my late husband was still alive, Father gave me one morning to write on the tithe, and so I asked him to lead me. You know, some people say, well, you make your outline, and then you fill in what you're going to say, and that's not the way I do studies. I ask him to lead me in studies, and he taught me things that I never had any idea of. And the next time we went to church, I realized, you know, that church is just extorting people. What is this? You take 10% off the top. You tell people they're stealing from God if they don't take 10% off the top of everything that they get from whoever, wherever source. And the poor people, and they say, oh, it makes everybody equal because the poor give as much as, you know, everybody gives the same amount. And it's like, no, they don't. No, they don't. And then instead of helping the poor in your church, you go ahead and you send them down to the government, because after all, you pay your taxes. And it's like, wait a minute. Where does it say that he says not to call any man father? He says not to be going to the patri for your support. Why are you putting your poor in bondage to the government? But anyway, those were things that I was considering, and I just don't know why they say, oh, it's equal. It's not equal at all. And in the Old Testament, you don't have the people who paid tithe were paying off the increase of the land. It doesn't say sandal makers pay tithe. It says, you know, sandal makers and all these other people, well, they gave an offering, but tithe was of the fruit of the land because Yah owns the land.
Precisely. It was the fruit of the land or of the flocks, and it was for the Levites. And the thing about that as well is, you know, the Levites were supposed to give to the poor and then the widows and needy and fatherless. They were supposed to give 10% of what they got to the poor and needy. And that's the thing, you know, all these churches that want to, you know, force people to do tithings, and even some Torah communities as well, you know, they're forcing people to do tithing, and they're not paying anything to anybody else to help them out. It's just like they're just collecting all this money, and then, you know, they use it to how they say they see fit, and they're not helping the poor, needy, widows, and orphans. They're just kind of
Right.
leaving them out to dry.
Right. Yahusha, when he told his disciples to, go make disciples of nations, he told them not to take money or accept money.
Yeah, exactly. And all the money and gifts that they did accept, they pulled it all together. Like it was all this collective, and then they would say, "Give this to the poor and then the needy as well."
Is that where you think? I was just actually reading this today. 1 Corinthians 16, 1 and 2. See if I can pull that up again. Where is it? 1 Corinthians 16. Now, it says, now I'm sure this is probably translated wrong, so I'm not sure what. It says, now concerning the collection for the saints, as I have given order to the churches of Galatia, even so do ye. Upon the first day of the week, let every one of you lay by him in store, as God hath prospered him, that there be no gatherings when I come. I was just reading that today, thinking, upon the first day of the week, let every one of you lay by him in store. I mean, to me, that means gathered in your own house and keep it for maybe when they come through and they need something, food, shelter. I don't know. Any thoughts on that?
So,
Yeah, and he was talking about a collection also. I don't remember if it was there or somewhere else to take to Jerusalem because there was a famine there, and to take but he wanted them to set it aside. So it sounds like he was against the idea that so many of them do today, and that is this really emotional, tear-jerking thing to get people to put more money in the plate. He's saying, this is my interpretation. He's saying, when you're in the quiet time with the Father and you're going through what you have, as a cheerful giver, as he puts on your heart, give that, set it aside so that there's not this to me crazy stuff they do to try and tear jerk people and get them to reach into their pockets and even perhaps short what their family needs so that they can give an offering to some group somewhere that skims everything off the top, and who knows how much of the poor actually get what they're asking for.
yeah,
If I sound a little bit I don't know, what's the word? I've been around a while. I've seen a little much, so.
yeah, no, you're right, because all these churches and stuff, they take all these donations and tithings, and they're never helping the poor and the needy. Like there might be a handful here and there that actually do, but for the most part, like these big secular organizations, they're not helping the poor and the needy. It's going into buying, huge projectors for their, 10,000 person square foot studio or whatever they got, so they can fit more people in.
Oh, and their airplanes.
Yeah, their airplanes.
Yep.
Their boats and yachts and what have you. I know, because I was studying to be a Jehovah's Witness years ago, and I grew up as a Catholic, and my father became a Mormon. So I've kind of been around the block in that aspect. But all these different organizations, they're the ones who are taking all this money, and they have these huge elaborate buildings, all this fancy technology. They're using free labor from their members to, build buildings and churches just to sell them off in a few years for like a huge profit.
Right. And when I go to the grocery store, if I'm going out and about, there's always surveys on the screen that's asking you to give to some sort of charity and donate to this and donate to that. And I stopped donating a long time ago because I found out that places like Walmart, Target, all these largely owned corporations, those are tax write-offs. So they literally have already paid for all of those, quote unquote donations. That, and you honestly don't see where your money is going either, So I do not get guilted anymore for not giving.
Exactly. And most of these organizations are, they're basically government-owned organizations and so forth, things like that, corporations that own these things. And
Like the
it's like,
Ronald McDonald House. Like, what a joke.
yeah, no,
The food they
truly,
sell, and
yeah.
yet they're like, donate to help sick children.
It's your food that makes children sick, you wackos. Like,
Yes. It's such a, oh my goodness, it's such a conundrum.
yeah,
Most of my family think I'm nuts, because I don't allow my kids to eat at McDonald's anymore because it's really not even food. I mean, even dogs won't eat it.
exactly.
But I try to go into all of it, and you can just see it's kind of like, Mommy. Elevator music in their head. Sometimes there's like, what?
Yeah, there was that one guy, I think he was on the news or something, but he had like this McDonald's burger for like 15 years, and it looked exactly the same in 15 years as it was the day that he bought it.
Yeah, and
Like,
not a spot or speck of mold.
yeah, no mold, no like deterioration, nothing. It was just preserved. It was wild, truly. Even the
Which
ketchup.
means your body can't break that down.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
even did a study that showed this one guy in like some scientific lab had stomach acid, and he dipped a burger in it. And even the stomach acid couldn't break down that burger after 24 hours. It was still trying to break it down. That's terrifying.
Wow. It's yeah, these fast food places, they're terrible. Even a lot of the restaurants nowadays, these big chain restaurants, they're going with these cheaper ingredients as well, just because the price of everything's going up. They're using the cheaper ingredients or, processed things. And then a lot of these companies are using these, what is it? That fake meat now that's made from plants. And then we got Bill Gates's lab grown meats and stuff. Like it's truly sickening.
Yeah, they're 3D printed steaks, which is just so weird.
Yeah, yeah, truly. 3D printed steak from like genetically created meat liquid. Ugh, it's gross.
Yeah, definitely does not sound appetizing.
Yeah, I'm not eating lab grown meat or some bug patty that they made or bug and plant patty that they're saying, oh look, it tastes like meat. Oh, no, it doesn't
Right.
even taste disgusting actually.
I think my favorite one is, when they realize that the general public is starting to revolt. They bring in the celebrities to, do all of their endorsements. And I watched this interview with Nicole Kidman, and she was eating all these random bugs, and she was like, so delicious. I was like, who are you fooling? Not me. Those don't look good.
Yeah, I remember that. That's exactly what they do. They pull out the celebrity card and they get all these, you know, celebs who are servants of Satan. They've already made sacrifices of their own family members and so
Yeah.
forth.
Yeah, and I am really glad that there does seem to be a lot of people that are waking up to the whole celebrity world, and realizing that they are, um, just absolutely, the worst of the worst. But there's still is enough of them that still do follow them like idols. But it is nice to see that there's a lot of people that are starting to be like, mm-mm.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's why they have a lot of these controlled op, quote unquote, truth tellers out there, people like
Yes.
Brand and so forth.
Yes. Absolutely. Controlled opposition. That's absolutely correct.
Like
Yep.
Brand and Alex Jones.
Yep.
And they even have smaller ones too, that infiltrate smaller groups.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Like these fake flat Earth people that are the ones that went to Antarctica and stuff. These are all controlled opposition, Freemasonic puppets that they use.
Yeah, I think my favorite one is the flat earthers that claim that they believe that all the other planets exist. Ours is just a disk.
Yeah, that's not how it is at all.
Which that's just insanity. It's so funny because it's definitely not what we think.
I know it's it's because they get their information from that controlled opposition site. And
Yeah.
they put all that fake nonsense out there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Rob Skiba's Flat Earth for Dummies. He broke down a video and did what we really believe versus what is put out there that they say we believe, and it couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah. I've been watching Rob Skiba for a long time. I remember when he passed away, actually.
Yeah, I didn't even know that he was on the news, and when I had found out he was even on the news, I mean, he made quite a stir within the religious and even Torah movement. Had definitely a big part to play.
He was huge. I actually had respect for him because he would be one of the only ones who respond when I had a question, and we'd actually talk. Versus, others, they'll just be dismissive because what I'm asking is proving them wrong.
Absolutely. Yeah, he definitely was never afraid to hit stuff head on. He was he was also very zealous.
I remember we would go back and forth about the Book of Jasher. I'm like, bro.
Oh, did he believe in it?
Yeah, I'd always say,
Oh.
yep, Jasher is not legit, bro. And then we'd go back and forth like his whole life about it.
I think he would have come around because I do know that when I watched some of his earlier videos, there were certain things that he had said, and then later on he was like, "Yep, I was totally wrong." And so I mean, I really think he would have, again, when you're comparing with Jubilees and with Scripture itself, it really does prove just to be totally wrong.
Yeah, the talking to the dead, the witchcraft, the Tubal Cain being made some kind of Moses figure.
Yeah, I mean, every single thing. I'm still going through it so that I can, study to show yourself approved, right? And just the genealogy, the timeline, totally off.
Okay, wait a minute. What's this Tubal Cain being a Moses figure? Did I mishear you?
Well, more like an Enoch figure.
Yeah, in the Book of Jasher, they try to say, Yahuwah gave Tubal Cain like foresight of the future and knowledge, and prophecy, when he's like a son of the wicked one. Yeah.
In the Book of Jasher.
Well, I think that they must have been writing from the other Enoch side of a story. Because there was an Enoch that was born on King's side, too.
Yeah, there was two. There's a son of Cain, Enoch, and then son of Seth, Enoch.
Wow. Somebody just came on a call that I was on and was telling me how the book of Jasher was right and was telling me this and that. And I said, I'm not sure about that. I think that there might be a true book of Jasher, but I don't think that the one that claims that sort of thing is the true one. I think it was put together about 1200 AD with stories that might make sense but aren't really the truth.
Exactly. I think actually quite a few people think this as well, but we suspect that the Book of Jubilees is actually the Book of Jasher.
The Book of the Upright? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Book
Yeah.
of Jasher, in anything that we've seen with the Dead Sea Scrolls, was it included?
Yeah, there was no Book of Jasher in the Dead Sea Scrolls at all.
That's
Not
what
one
I
cell.
thought. That's what I was saying. So I'm glad that I got second witness there.
Yeah, when you're looking when you're on do you mind if you mute real quick?
Oh, thank you.
I'm having feedback, sorry. When you look at the scripture that points out, isn't it written in the book of Jasher, which I think that's in Jeremiah, because don't you know it's written in the book of Jasher? Literally, I think that's a completely and totally mistranslation because one, it doesn't really make any sense to input that there. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that. It's just kind of random. And does anybody else think that way? I mean, because like as I was reading it, because I was like, that's where everybody goes to prove, like, look, it is mentioned in the 66 books, but it doesn't really make any sense. It's like they just put it there, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think it's in two places in Scripture where it mentions the Book of Jasher.
I'm gonna look it up on Blue Letter Bible real quick.
But I know one of the events that it mentions is actually found in Jubilees as well. And of course,
Yes.
if the Book of Jasher was written after the fact, of course they can make the Book of Jasher be like, oh, well, we're going to write it to make it fit this. So like, so that's what they did is they put specific events in there to be like, oh, look, see, yeah, this is the Book of Jasher when it was written in like over 1,000 years after the Messiah and so forth.
Yeah, so I have it pulled up here on Blue Letter Bible. So it occurs in Joshua 10:13, and it's talking about when the sun stood still, and this is where it doesn't really make sense. So it says, and the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, till the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is it not written in the book of Jasher? I mean,
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense, right?
no, but God Culture does a great video about that, explaining that, and that's found in the Book of Jubilees, actually, that event. I forget which video it was, but it's God Culture. I think it's testing the Book of Jubilees or something like that. He's got a whole playlist.
Okay, because
Yeah.
when I was reading that, I was like, what? Because I don't remember Jubilees talking about when the sun and moon stood still.
Well, if
It's
the
not.
Jubilee, I'm sorry,
Oh,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say he's talking about the event, the army events, because it says
I'm wondering.
Go ahead.
Forgive me. I'm wondering with the Book of Jubilees, they say that it was cut off partway through, that Moses actually wrote it. But if Moses wrote it and Moses died, how would Moses have written Jubilees that was after they went into the Promised Land?
Jubilees doesn't talk about when they entered the Promised Land. It just talks about, it almost makes it sound like Jubilees was written by angels, because the way that they are like the way that the verbiage is in it, makes it look like they're talking to Moses. And I tell you, on this mountain, here are the accounts of the Jubilees from creation, from Adam to here on this mountain, Mount Sinai. It sounds like someone's like talking to Moses directly.
I know the book of Jasher, they do make that claim, though. Like, they try to say it was written by Moses, but then it's got events that happened in Joshua after he died.
Yeah. And the fact that the chronology of the timeline makes absolutely no sense. Esau did not kill Nimrod. Their timelines are 300 years apart. They have Abraham that apparently was taught by Noah. They're also almost 300 years apart. There's just or 300 years from when Noah died to when Abraham was born. I mean, it's totally off.
It doesn't line up.
Right, and they're claiming that Shem was Melchizedek. And when you look into the timing of the, not the Masoretic text, but the ancient Septuagint, and the timing of things, I think Josephus said before about 100 AD, it would have been more than 5,000 years since the creation. And then after the Council of Jamnia and and Rabbi Akiva rewriting the, hiring 50 scribes and he had a rewrite of the scriptures that were available to them. They were the new improved corrected scriptures, and so the 300 prophecies of our Messiah were made more muddy. These are all things that happen, and then after that, then it was 4,000 some years since creation, not 5,000, and life gets real interesting.
Yeah, we actually went over that a couple studies ago about Rabbi Akiva and all them, and how they're the ones that formed, the quote-unquote 5 books of Torah that we know today, even though, the Bible doesn't specify how many books are in it. It's because, it's because of all these rabbis and such. They didn't like books like Jubilees and Enoch, because Jubilees and Enoch proved their Babylonian moon calendar wrong. It proves all their extra, rabbinical laws that they're absolutely added.
Well, yeah, it sounds like even the Sadducees and Pharisees didn't even teach about the account of the Watchers of Nephilim.
Yeah, they didn't.
Oh, well, maybe it's because some of them were the offspring.
I agree.
I'd be interested in listening in on some of these ones that you discussed before. Were they recorded, or were they just general discussions?
No, we record. I got them all recorded. It was the one from 2 weekends ago, I think.
Okay, well, I trust Miranda will help me figure all this stuff out, since I'm very new to Telegram.
But yeah,
yes?
we went over. Yeah. Yeah, we basically went over, how they are Edom. They're basically Edom mixed with Nephilim blood. Because, the exact things you were just mentioning now. They are the synagogue of Hasatan. They portray themselves as, quote unquote, God's chosen people, but they do literally opposite of what's written in scriptures from Torah.
Yeah, I have to. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, real quick, everything they write is actually against Torah. It violates Torah.
Yeah, and I keep hearing this serpent seed doctrine, that just keeps randomly kind of popping up in weird areas in Torah. And there was a sister that my mom and I know who was trying to tell us a little about it. And this was in the beginning when I was still really new to some things and it didn't really make sense. But I watched this one guy kind of break it down because I was like, okay, I'm hearing this enough. What is to this? And the serpent seed theology is that Cain, or that Hasatan, seduced Adam and Eve in the garden, and that Eve was carrying Cain from Hasatan and Abel was from Adam, and that they were twins.
I've heard
And
that.
it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. There's one verse that destroys that whole theology, and it's Adam knew Eve and bore Cain. That's it right there.
Well, right. And then also another one is the Nephilim. That means Cain would have been a Nephilim. And what drives me crazy is it says that the Nephilim didn't come about, the Watchers didn't come down until the days of Jared.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was after, the Nephilim didn't come until after the days of Jared, or during the
That
days of Jared.
and another flaw is all the Watchers who committed that sin with women, they were all
Bound,
punished.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Yes.
the same would have happened to Satan as well. So
Yes,
it's just,
it's so easy to tear apart. It
yeah.
really is.
And the word for beguiled, they try to say, oh, that means, look, seduced. But when you look at the meanings and definitions of that word, it has nothing to do with a sexual nature. It's just like, it's more of a, entice. Like
And how many times have we been enticed by food?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on. I
So-
mean, because it even says in Enoch that he even saw the tree, and he even admitted that it was a goodly, very pleasant thing to look upon and smell.
Yeah, exactly.
So are the Nephilim the Watchers? Are they the same thing?
Half and half.
Yeah, the Nephilim are actually their children. They're children. So
The Nephilim are the children from the Watchers?
exactly.
Yes,
So,
that's why they became disembodied spirits. Because they were neither celestial or terrestrial, they were both. So when they die, their spirits had nowhere to go except for wander, because they're not going to go into Abraham's bosom. They're not going to go into Sheol where the other spirits rest, because they're also celestial and terrestrial mixed.
And this is where we get demons that possess people. It's their disembodied spirits that wreak havoc on men.
Right. And if somebody wants to hear a little bit more about that, I don't know if anybody knows. Somebody sent me something by Michael S. Heiser on the supernatural realm and where demons came from and the three rebellions. And he recently died, but he had a lot of people that have some of these ideas. They're like they're hard to follow, but I found him to be quite able to share what he saw and why on that particular issue.
Yeah, he does have some good stuff. I've seen a few of his presentations.
Okay, so the Watchers were celestial beings that procreated with the humans, and that's how we got the Nephilim. Am I getting that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So are the Watchers different from the angels?
No.
They're the
They
same.
are.
We're a kind of angel, but they rebelled.
They left their first estate and became like the humans, but they weren't supposed to be, because they already had eternal life. And so that's why when Enoch went to take a petition to Yah for the Watchers, he didn't give it to them, because he said, you were supposed to be mediators for man, not man for you. And so the Watchers have no repentance for what they did, because they already had eternal life.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I watched another study that a brother had put in there, and it was interesting, talking about some of the Nephilim offspring having like really, really white skin, and then obviously we know about the red hair. But during this study, it was talking about how the women couldn't handle being able to bear such massive beings, and that's another thing that we all need to be kind of careful on, is because also the Book of Enoch says that these women turned into sirens. These women and the Watchers together saw the deaths of their children. And the women didn't die. They became sirens. So the doctrines of what they're trying to say happened, like the women got torn apart by these great beasts, is just not true.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, one of the things that I don't remember the name. Jennifer sent me some YouTube some time back, and I wound up following, but I don't even remember the people's names or their ministries or anything. But one of them was talking about a liger and how, you know, lions and tigers are on two different continents, and in one of them, the female has the stop growth thing, and the other one, the male, does. So these two, neither one of them has the thing to stop the growth, and so they come out normal size, but they just keep on growing. They
At
just don't stop
first,
growing because
yes.
there's no stop growth factor. Right. So that would go along with what you're sharing about them being ripped up and everything.
Yeah, and also we have to remember that our genetics were completely pure in the beginning, and our stature was much, much higher. Now, compared to how small we are today, I couldn't give you a size. I mean, I think if we were to look at the true nature of what our height used to be, we would think that our, Adam and Eve were giants, compared to how tall we are now. But their genetics were completely and totally pure. I mean, they were freshly made from Yah's hands. So I think it was very possible for them to be alive and birth these offspring.
Yeah. And I believe, that the first Nephilims, they were gigantic. Like this is why we see, mountains that look like bodies and so forth. And it's because I believe these are the first like Nephilim bodies. Because I think it's in Enoch that actually says, their bodies are going to remain on earth until Judgment Day. And that's where, we get a lot of mountains and things from. A lot of mountains that we see are actually, they're either what remains of, giant trees or these Nephilim. And in some cases, even the old cities that got, destroyed, like Sodom and Gomorrah, for example. When Ron Wyatt found that, and you go there, and it's just these mountains of like this ash, and there's these sulfur balls all around there that are like the purest sulfur anywhere on Earth, and it's only found there.
Wonder if, I don't know if it's a real thing or place. I don't know. I just remember learning it in school, like the petrified forest, where the trees, were just huge, and I don't know what happened to them.
Yeah, actually, that's here in Arizona, the petrified forest. But there's actually a mountain right here, right in Phoenix, and it looks like this old tree stump. But it's part of like ASU's, the college campus, like it's part of their stuff. But it looks just like this old tree trunk that like basically broke off. Like if a tree broke from like a lightning strike or something, and the stump was still there, that's exactly what it looks like, just gigantic, because it's a mountain.
Well, and it's interesting to think about, if, there were some people that were mentioning, well, their bodies would have deteriorated and stuff like that. But we forget that they weren't completely human. So their bodies may not have deteriorated like ours do now. We go back to the earth. Our body does, because we were made from the dust of the earth, right? Theirs weren't completely.
Exactly. And that's where a lot of people are showing, all these, giant crystal veins and these different veins of these different kinds of, rocks and crystals. They're found in all these
Looks like
mountains.
meat.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. It's their petrified meat, basically.
Like bacon. Someone was showing like it looked like bacon. I was like, gross.
Yeah, actually. And there's a guy in Spain, and there's this mountain there, and when you look at it, it looks exactly like a gigantic elephant, even down to the eye socket. And when you
Oh, I
go
saw that in the trunk too.
in the trunk, and when you go into where this eye socket is located, there's literally this gigantic round, like mass there, like this rock that's just perfectly round. He's like, yeah, this is the freaking eyeball that's dried up right here in the eye socket.
Did you see the huge snake? The huge looking petrified snake. I can't remember what country.
Yeah,
I want to
somewhere in
say
India or something like that.
I think so. I mean, it's huge.
Yeah,
And people come from all over the world to look at it because it looks so much like a snake, and it kind of reminds me, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck.
exactly. And it's all like coiled up, and the scales are all over
Yeah,
it.
like so, yes, and then the head of it, like, I'm sorry, like, unless somebody like chiseled this very well could have been a petrified snake.
I believe it was, because it's got scales like on every square inch of it. Like,
Yeah, so intricately.
yeah, that's one of the first things I saw like a long time ago. I was like, wow, and that's it. And then there's a guy on YouTube. It's Mudflood University, actually. Like, some of his stuff he presents is kind of way out there, but some things he shows is like super accurate. Like, he shows some things with dragons. He shows this cave.
Oh, are you? I think I know what you're talking about. I will say, like, I think my lunch break did a episode 2 of like even here in the United States, like really zooming out how certain land inclines look like the span of like a pterodactyl's like wings and body and everything. And I don't know how much I believe that. Did
Yeah,
you see that episode, Jeremy?
yeah, I've seen that.
What did you
Yeah,
think of that?
I mean, I've seen all that stuff before too, as well. Like, some of it can be, really reaching,
Yeah.
but there are some things that are like, whoa, you you kind of got something there.
Yeah, did you see that that big and it does. It looks like a big like sea dragon's head close to Antarctica. And that I have to say that is interesting. Again, I'm not really sure, but when he mentioned that when alligators are in hibernation, they stick their nose up out of the
Yeah,
water, and this thing, it looks like it has that, and
yeah.
it's weird.
No, there's another guy that talks about it. And he says that that's Leviathan, actually. From scriptures, Leviathan.
Which that does kind of make me like,
that thing is huge underneath that water. It was huge. And I thought, man, that has to be Leviathan.
And again, that's not a place where just anybody can go either.
Yeah, they got these specific areas, blocked off on purpose. Nobody can go there.
Do we remember?
Right. So then we can't confirm the scriptures and we just think it's all myth, right?
Yeah, precisely.
Do you remember where they said they found that serpent or whatever under the depths of that area? Was it near the Philippines?
No, it's closer to like on the left side, I think, of the United States, like toward Antarctic area. Antarctica
really?
area. Yeah,
Okay, I
it's
couldn't remember
definitely
where.
in a spot where there's a lot of open ocean, which is very interesting because if it's as big as, oh my gosh, that head is huge. If if that's what it is, imagine how big the body is.
Yeah, I know. It's off the coast of South America there to the west, I believe.
Yes.
Like
And
towards Antarctica.
right, and as far as we know, there is no land mass over there. As far as we know.
Yeah, as far as we know, yeah. Exactly.
Was it in this group? I can't remember. I was watching a video about Elon Musk and how he was saying something about one of the oceans or the seas that we don't know about, and it has all these big creatures.